All right. Brand new week. Hello, hello, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
What's up, Kat? How are you doing this week? Oh, rain.
Good.
Lovely. Yeah,
I'm doing good. How about you?
yeah, I'm doing good. I have already sort of in my head dubbed this week Multi-Block Madness Week.
Oh,
Because,
okay.
yeah, because we got a lot of multi-blocks to place. There's a lot that's going to be happening as we kind of like semi-close in on this chapter. Like, I wouldn't say that we're probably 50% done, realistically speaking, because there's some crazy stuff, but we're going to, you know,
I
get
thought we
through
were
quite
going
a
to
bit
be
of it
here
today.
for like a month.
We'll see. We haven't done the Xenozine yet, so
Okay.
that's going to be a whole thing. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Mannequin
Hey,
Walker,
mannequin.
what's up? How's it going? Love that emote. But yeah. I know your plans today
Yes.
were
I am going to start off today by making the turkey bee.
yeah, because we only have like till November 5th or 3rd or something.
I think it's 4th. 3rd.
3rd. Yep.
There we go.
Yep. Better get to it.
What does this give us? It gives us cookies and a whole bunch of heads. Those are actually pretty handy.
The heads are like, we'll take it. That's fine. Just for the novelty mainly though. Just to say we've got it.
Yeah. It'd be cool to end up with all the special holiday bees.
Yeah. Let me go turn off the rain real quick.
Okay.
Get a sunflower to our friend Teru Bozo.
What is this over here?
Yeah, so right before stream, I was asking on Adidia's channel, I was like, how many quantum computers do I need? And I think it was just like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 16-ish or something like that. So each one of these rectangles is a quantum computer, or will be one day. I think I've got enough space for 30 here, just in case. So if we want to go crazy.
Wild.
Yeah. Now each of those quantum computers has like, I think, space for 28 computer racks, each of which will hold 2 processors. So that's 56 processors per quantum computer multiplied times 30. Do the math.
Okay.
Yo, Stinsfic, what's up? How are you doing?
Heyo.
Yeah, great. We're glad it's Monday. Ready to get back at it. But yeah, this is going to be our new quantum computer room. Like 2 of these quantum computer racks are going to be dedicated to the space elevators because those do need some computation power for the mining, I think. Maybe the space pumping as well.
That. That's interesting.
Yeah. But most of these will be dedicated to the research station. Your friend, the research station, as we saw last Thursday.
Yeah.
Do we want to go check on that research? She had some research that required like 16 million computation. And for reference, I think we make 1,000 per second. So, the math on that is a little rough. But yeah.
Okay.
But
so I've got the memory card.
Yeah. So now,
what do I do with it now?
And by the way, this is for what multi-block are you working on today?
The Draconic fusion.
Yeah. Glad Monday is nearly over. See, I work during the weekend, and so Monday for me is like a very wonderful day. Yeah, it really is like Friday for me. So, yeah, on the back here, basically you just want to find an empty slot in one of these data access hatches. This is the data bank that gets wired to all the assembly lines.
Okay.
We are running out of space on that thing. I'm gonna have to do something about that eventually, but
yeah,
there are some on the top and then there's some on the back as well.
Aha, I found one.
There you go.
Okay.
And I think you already had the recipe inside the system as well.
Maybe.
Yo, Schmed5 coming in with 3 viewers. What's up? How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Were you streaming GTNH? Hope you had a good one. But yeah, no, I think you did put the recipe in.
I did.
Last stream,
So
yeah.
I'm requesting it now.
Oh, dang. All right. She's going for it.
I am. So maybe it'll be done by time I finish with the turkey bee.
Actually, this craft doesn't really look that bad. I actually think this is going to be a lot quicker than you think.
Well, I'm still gonna go mess with the bee.
Oh, it looks like you do need 750 neutronium ingots, which will take a little bit of time, but thankfully, because of some of the upgrades I did over the weekend, is much, much quicker. So one thing I did...
were pretty busy. Like, I know you were working a lot this weekend, but I feel like you still did a lot in Greg.
Yeah, in my off time, like, we got more of these lasers going. So I got lasers over to the assembling machine. This is the our precise assembler, which does most of our assembly work. Really loving it so far, just plugging away through the Stone Age. Heck yeah. Dude, I love early game. Early game is so much fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You ever have any questions, by the way, let us know. But yeah, we got so each of these actor transformers basically like takes in power, and then you can put a different hatch to like output it. It's just like a bunch of inputs and outputs. So I did do an actor transformer down here and a couple here. And so now we have power to our Mega Blast Furnace, the big boy, the big brother MBF. And then we also have power to our Mega Alloy Blast Melter, which we did get last stream. And I don't think I have laser power to the vacuum freezer yet, but we do have 64 amps of UHV, so it is pretty powerful. Sure, there'll be plenty of questions. Hey, yep, I hear that. I still have questions all the time. Pretty much never ends. But so basically we just, you know, ran the laser power into more locations. I was actually having an issue where we were running out of power because I had to give the assembler 256 amps of UHV, but it was like sucking back all of our power because we don't even actually make that many amps yet. So one of the first things that I did want to do is come over here to, this is our NAC fuel building, very much work in progress. And we did make our first Naquata reactor last week. But we're making enough fuel to support at least 2 of these. So I did make enough blocks for another one. So that'll double our power from 420 million to 840 million, which is like 400 amps of UHV. So that'll be pretty good. I'll get that rolling in just a minute. Yeah, we talked about the quantum computer, so they'll all go here. We'll make a new building here. Eventually. We'll get there. This right here, and Kat, I don't think you saw this when you were over here, but I've prepared this area already for the thing that we've been looking forward to for a couple weeks now. And that is the big pink donut. Where's Garden of Grind? Garden of Grind is definitely not being streamed. Right now in Garden of Grind, I actually had it open briefly yesterday. Garden of Grind, for anybody who doesn't know, is basically like a skyblock, you start with nothing version of GTNH. It's not officially supported, but people have figured out ways around it. It's very, very slow in the beginning. Right now, I'm stuck on waiting for an apothecary villager with a clay trade. And until then, there's really not a whole lot I could do. I could start doing crops, but I'm really putting off the crop stuff as long as I can, so... It is a big pain, but, you know, it's like one of those things where your accomplishments are all relative. And so, you know, you suddenly find a loot bag with a, off of a rare monster, and it drops a splash potion of weakness. And you're like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And then you get a golden apple. You're like, oh my God, that's insane. So yeah, it's all of these like relative accomplishments. You get those to cure a zombie villager, just like in vanilla Minecraft. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna make the, let's see, where is it? This right here. Anybody's never seen this before? This is basically like a normal fusion reactor. It's just a really big version that does like, it does 192 parallels, which is pretty insane. And it actually means that we can kind of craft on demand with this thing. Eventually we'll have several of these and they'll be running some passive instances, but we're going to use this for direct auto crafting for the time being, which is great. Let's see, Dacia, what's up? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Shimmering Comb Trader. Oh, yep. So I haven't even gotten into trying to get lava yet. Yep. You know all about it. Yep. It's definitely going to be an interesting time. But I just kind of have it on in the background, you know, every now and then. Just a fun little side thing. I can't imagine streaming that unless it was like with a ton of people. It'd be really weird.
Why?
Just everything's just so slow. Like, you know, if we had multiple people, we could kind of scale things a little bit easier, but...
Oh, okay. I understand what you mean now. I thought you were meaning like, unless there were a lot of people watching, and I was like, why would that matter?
No. You need a lot of people playing, otherwise it's super slow, super boring. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna make that big fusion reactor today. In fact, I already have all the stuff for it. Dude, it's raining again already. That little bozo.
I think that thing does the exact opposite. Like, I think it makes it rain a lot more often.
Yeah, I feel like we need a different method. I know there's some Draconic evolution thing. It's like is it a sundial? I remember somebody suggesting this thing. Yeah, actually, after you make the fusion crafter, and if we can go kill the Chaos Guardian, like the souped up Ender Dragon, and get a Chaos Shard, we could actually make this thing. I don't know if it'd be worth it, but there is a weather controller too. I wonder if we could use that. Maybe we play around with that block. I've never made that before. Yeah, the fact that you could beat GTNH starting with nothing and it not being supported is pretty crazy. It's pretty insane. But yeah, look at this. We already got all of our fusion stuff. I'm going to go make the donut right after we soup up our power a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead, build that second Naquadah reactor. You could skip alloy smelter if you get pistons from mobs. Though you'll have to get it eventually anyway. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess I could see how that would work. Yeah. I'm so far away from that, though. Right now, I'm just trying to get a seared tank from Tinker's Construct and a XP drain. So I can actually use buckets of XP to craft the various things. No, I think you can get sulfur dust that way. Yep. Yeah, this recipe right here. I'm trying to go for sulfur dust. To get rubber to do something. I can't remember what. But anyway, back to reality. I've already got some laser source hatches here ready to go. 256 amps of UHV. Eventually, we're going to have to do a bunch of transformers down here in the basement. But until then, I can just kind of go straight from the reactor into the LSC. Which is good. Yeah, what are you up to? You're trying to get the Tricky Bee right now?
Yeah. Right now I'm trying to go ahead and get the Sinister over to good stats so it'll be easy to breed in a second.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds good. Let's see, let's get rid of our wireless terminal while we try to do this. And the drone downlink module. Wait, did I do this wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's right. That's right. Okay. And then let's get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And since this is wall shared, we don't have to mess with any of the input or output hatches, which is really nice. And then the drone downlink module right here. And then we've already got our laser source hatch, yeah. I think... Oh, it's not happy. Why are you not happy? I remember this being a little finicky when I made the other one. What are your PC specs? Been wanting to play GTNH, haven't been able to run it. I've got a 5600X Ryzen 5 and a 3070 GTX 3070. And I'm getting like, especially with the new updates, like, yeah, what's up, Solarius? Especially with the new updates, like, I mean, you can see in some instances I'm getting like up to 700 FPS, but that's definitely not consistent. Like, it'll drop to 100, but you know, I'm also streaming and running the server off the same PC, so I have to take that in stride. 8700 and 1080. Yeah, I feel like, especially with the new stuff with Angelica and the fact that you can run it on Java 17 through 21, I feel like older systems could run GTNH much better than they could a year or two ago. If you tried it like a year or two ago and you haven't been back, it's definitely worth a try again. Okay. Let's see, get a spellstone block, a wireless receiver, turn that around, put that on 888. A little bit of red alloy wire. Having RAM is important. Oh yeah, I do have 32 gigs of RAM. But RAM is, especially DDR4 RAM, is really cheap. So I feel like if you're running a decent spec PC these days, you should definitely invest in 32 gigs. You got 32 as well? Yeah. Yeah. Is that everything? I feel like it is. All we need is to connect up these lasers. Quick, which... Anybody's never messed with lasers in GTNH before? Very simple concept. You got your output, which is a laser source, and then you got your input, which is a laser target. And in order for these to connect up, you have to connect both the hatches, or you have to spray paint both the hatches a certain color, and then the cables themselves. Otherwise, they won't connect up. There we go. We're all connected now. Super simple. And we can put this stuff away. Put our terminal back in our bobble slot. And I guess we can check on this later, but yeah, both of these should turn on at the same time. We've got an RS latch here set to low and high battery thresholds from our LSC. So we'll turn on and off at particular times. In fact, I think I do want to change this lower bound. I think we can go down to like 400 billion. I was actually running out of power over the weekend. Hopefully this will fix things. A laptop with 16 gigs of RAM. Oh gosh, I've just had so many bad experiences trying to play any kind of game on a laptop. I haven't tried to do that in years. It definitely can work, but man, so many laptops are not equipped for it. 1 gig club. That sounds quite painful. You got a dual core processor as well to go along with that?
The 1 gigabyte club is where it's at.
Can't game on battery anyway. Yeah, you're not going to game for long that way. Sorry, what?
Hilarious tried to summon old Greg. He didn't.
Oh.
Come up.
You know, actually, the past couple times I've had to click the button myself. I need to go fix that. Sorry.
That's really weird.
Here you go.
I'm old Greg. Pleased to meet you.
Do you love me? Are you playing your love games with me?
Old Greg bestowing his presence upon us once more. Thank you, old Greg.
He's so creepy.
I know, right? Custom Java they linked on the wiki totally saved my tick rate. Oh, really? I don't think I've looked. Yeah, Kat and I aren't running any custom Java lines on ours right now. Maybe I should go take a look at some of that. Alrighty, well. We upgraded our power. We doubled our power, casually. No big deal. I think it's time, Kat.
For what thing?
It's time for the big donut.
I'll do it.
I've been
I'm
looking forward to
excited
this.
see
Yeah, this is basically going to solve all of our neutronium problems. This was the whole reason. I knew we wanted a compact fusion anyway, but I really wanted it for that specific purpose. Now, because we're giving our Mega Blast Furnace laser power, that is kind of helping with the neutronium situation some, but it's still much slower than this will be. This is basically going to give us 192 ingots every 12 seconds, I think. And right now, I think it takes, for 256 ingots, I think it takes like 3 or 4 minutes. So 3 to 4 minutes versus 12 seconds. Yeah. The big donut come with cider. Cider and a donut. I've never heard of such a thing.
I just drank some cider.
Yeah, true, true. Definitely coffee and a donut. Yeah. I'm a big coffee guy. All right. And I did already mess with this controller beforehand. The placement of it. I think like that. Actually. Like that. Get our hologram projector out, see if this works. Yep. There we go. Already dug out a big hole down here as well. That's gonna be nice. Now, I don't really know. I don't have big plans for how I'm gonna make this look visually better on the outside. Like, I want to add some structure to it of some sort to make it, you know, so it doesn't just look like a random thing sticking out of the earth. But those cider mills do donuts as well. Interesting. Yeah. No. Yeah, we're down in Alabama. We never heard of such a thing before. Interesting.
The only thing that sucks, I think, is it's going to be kind of hidden by that building.
Yeah, a little bit, but I don't know how big of a deal that is, because it's more about the vibe. Like once you start going down this way, anyway. And I need this space for something, and it kind of made sense to have the quantum computers next to the space elevators. So
yeah,
I definitely that thought definitely did occur to me after I had set this up, but I think in the end we'll be able to make it look fine. And keep in mind, Kat, that there's going to be a whole ring of these things eventually. Like, it's not just gonna be one, it's gonna be like 6, 8, something like that.
really annoying.
Growl VM1. I need to go look at that wiki page. All right. I think let's put our terminal away once again so we don't pull blocks out of our AE system. And let's freaking go. Are we building? Oh, yep, things are happening. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Started at the bottom. Oh, yep, ran out of casing. Too much for our inventory to handle. Can you imagine building this by hand? Ugh.
That would suck.
Although somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have to build the Eyes of Harmony by hand. Is that right? What's up with you? I don't have enough osmium glass? No way. I think I don't know. Hey, guy. What up? They're easy to build with auto build? Okay, I don't know why I thought that. Oh? Are we done? I think we're already done. Okay, so one of the things I have to figure out is where we want to put the output and input hatch. Actually, I think I want output hatch ME instead. Here, let's right click this again. Okay, so one dot is input and output hatch. There's some of these on the side here. Are there some on the bottom? I would much rather have it on the bottom. Yeah, right here. We can actually replace this glass with these, I think. Then it looks like we can do the same thing with one of these over here. Have an output hatch right here. I think. And I'm going to have to check to see if all of our energy hatches placed properly. There's 32 of them total. So there's 4 in that corner. And 4 in this corner. Actually, that should work fine. Okay. And I think this is shaped in such a way that you have enough overlap where I don't have to worry about the rain hitting any of these hatches here. However, there are these ones on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on top. I'm going to have to figure out a situation with the glass here. Also, oh yeah, speaking of rain. Once again. Let's see, is this still formed? Yeah, it's still formed. Okay, good, good, good. Oh God. Oh, things are on fire.
Oh
God.
Boy.
Okay. I didn't think that would happen. Okay. Here, bozo. Take a sunflower. God. Oh, yep. More fires. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it, guys.
Are you the dog in the room?
That's what it felt like for a second. Okay. So, to fix that, I'll do a little tinted glass on the top. I didn't think they would do that just by themselves. Like, they're not even connected to power. They totally did not like that situation. Okay. Yeah, let's do it close to the hatches themselves. By the way, how's your bee escapades going?
It's being very finicky.
Being very tricky.
Yeah, it is being tricky. It wants a gourd, so like I've got a regular pumpkin there. I've got a pumpkin growing on crop sticks there. I can put down a flipping gourd garden. But it is not liking any of the flower types.
That is weird. Do sprinklers put out fire? That's a really good question. I leave for 5 minutes, y'all are setting things on fire. I know, right? That was definitely not intentional. Okay. Well, at least there were no explosions, right, guys?
That is very true.
Now, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as long as the hatches are covered, it should be fine. So, like, if I have exposed superconductor wire to rain, I don't think that the rain bothers superconductor cable. Does anybody know? I've never actually tried it before. If that's going to be a problem, then I'm going to have to cover up a lot of stuff, which is going to be pretty annoying. The cables don't care about rain. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. I think I've had cables exposed, but I haven't had superconductor exposed, and so that was the thing I wasn't sure about. Okay. Speaking of superconductor, we're going to need a lot of it. Got a very big area to cover here. You could use them to put it out. How would you automate the Teru Bozu? Actually drawing a blank on how that would work. Okay, so if I run the cable like this, maybe this would work fine. By the way, so if anybody's wondering, like, do you need to put all 32 energy hatches on here? The short answer is yes. The long answer is there's actually, if you look at the controller block, there's actually some recipes that require a certain startup amount. And so the amount of EU that's being stored by this thing depends on how many energy hatches you are. And each energy hatches you have, or each one that you have, it gives you 2 million. And so I think there's some recipes that require 640 million startup. Or sorry, no, it's 20 million per hatch. And so times 32, that's 640. And so you actually need 640 million EU for some startup requirements. And I believe that is actually the case for the neutronium, which is kind of the main thing we're going for. So, some run with less hatches, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, like these will run with 500,000, so you would need 25 hatches. These, yeah, there you go, 640 for molten neutronium, so, which is fine. I mean, UV energy hatches are pretty inconsequentially cheap at this point, so doesn't really matter. Actually, do it like this. I try to keep my cables as neat as I can when wiring up these fusion reactors. If I run it up like this. Actually, you know what? Let's scratch everything I'm doing right here. We could actually run this in the back. I think that'll look much better. Yeah. Go. Then we do need it up like this. It's a little awkward. Is there any way to make that look less awkward? Oh, actually, yeah, there is a way. We point these downward instead. No, none of this actually matters, but a little bit better. And we still need to get some over to this. And also laser multi-amp compact fusion. Don't recall how it calculates stuff. Interesting. I'll have to look that up. I would definitely prefer that over having to like wire all these hatches the way I am right now, but also not the biggest deal in the world. Tedious for sure though. Like we only have one quadrant done here so far. Yeah, that'll look okay. That'll be fine. We could actually spray paint these a different color as well. If we want them to look better. That's a lot of cable though. I've already gone through a stack just doing this one quadrant. Okay, now the trick is going to be replicating the same thing on all four sides. And I'm taking a picture because I'll forget. Totally forget. Okay, the trick was we had both of these pointed downward, like so. And then both of these were pointed straight out, I believe. Okay. What's going on with you, Kat? Did you figure out your problem yet with the?
I did. I Googled it.
Oh, what was it?
So you can't have a fully grown pumpkin and you can't use one of the agricraft melons. You have to, so you can't use crop sticks. You have to plant just pumpkin seeds in the dirt.
What?
And it's the stem specifically that you need from it as it's growing.
Icky little bitch.
It is.
Oh, well.
Icky tricky bee.
Yeah. Indeed. I guess we can put one in an alveary. We've got like a bunch of free alvearies. 'Cause, I've been taking bees out of alvearies and putting them in the mega apiary lately. I don't know if you noticed that.
I haven't.
Okay. Like, I know you haven't been around there very much. Better. You know what? Let's go try that real quick. Let's see. We would need 8 pink dye and spray canister.
You know, tricky bees would probably be a good bee for other people to get right now beginning game, especially if they're looking for those villagers, because you get a whole bunch of these cookies from the trickies.
Oh, that's true. Make some mystery arrows.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yo, Davo Mouse, what's up? How you doing?
Ayo, Davo.
Plus, like, getting the zombie heads for Ender IO stuff from that bee is kind of nice, too.
Mm-hmm. I know you end up using those heads all the time.
Yeah. Tired and sick. Oh, no. Dude, that was me 2 weeks ago. I totally hear you.
Hope you feel better soon, Davo.
Yeah, for real.
Time to rush bees, I guess. Well, I mean, the tricky bee isn't that hard to get. It's just sinister bee and common.
Yeah. Common's like one of the first that you mutate as well. And then Sinister, I think, is a wild one from the Nether.
Yeah, you might even be able to get them from the
coin page, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think yeah, just if you dipped into bees for like an hour or two, you could probably do it. You would need an apiary, which you could go steal from a village. So. No sandwich bee. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. I keep asking Kat. She keeps saying no. Make your own. So. Waka waka.
Do you really want a sandwich bee?
I mean, I would never want to impose that upon you. But yeah, this looks so much better. If you really want to, though, I wouldn't stop you.
Well, I might not do this today because I don't know if we have all these bees, and I don't really want to.
One day, surely.
Bees.
Surely.
Hey, I will be back in just a second, okay?
Okay, sure. Please, sandwich bee. Yeah. But no, we're doing good. I've already dubbed this week Multi-Block Madness Week. As you can see, we're already getting our big fusion donut. It's very, very exciting. It's going to make certain fusion crafts a whole lot easier. We can do stuff on demand. It's going to be super nice. Definitely looking forward to bees. Messed around with forestry long ago, but never dove too deep. See, I'm an old school forestry guy. I messed with it. It was an FTB. Oh God, what was the name of the pack? It was a 1.4.3 pack or 1.4.7. I can't remember. I've talked about it before. But anyway, they had forestry bees, and I joined this other team that had like, you know, an old Applied Energistics 1 system, and they had fusion and everything, but they didn't have like a renewable source of materials. And so I ended up being the bee guy. And that was a whole lot of fun. Even back then, when you didn't have like Oblivion Frame and all that other stuff. Now it's even better. No, it wasn't. It was an FTB Ultimate. Yep. Not Infinity, but Ultimate. I do love Infinity, though. That was a good pack. Yeah, Ultimate was also my introduction to Gregtech. I really didn't know what I was doing, but I think the server we played on did several different restarts, so I ended up having to figure out some of the stuff on my own eventually. And an interesting introduction. You really didn't have much guidance for what to do in that pack, but it's a cool learning experience. And Evolve took a lot of my younger days off of me. Hey, as long as you had fun. Infinity Evolved was the first time I messed with logistics pipes, I want to say. And I haven't messed with them in GTNH before, but I definitely intend to sometime. In a different world, of course. What am I doing here? Aim across at that level. Okay. I'm doing my best to make this symmetrical. Mixed results, probably. Oh yeah, quest book is a godsend for this pack, for sure. And Kat is the type of player who really doesn't want to play a pack unless it has a quest book, which I mean, I'm kind of the same way at this point. Like, played enough kitchen sink packs in the past where I would kind of much rather have a guided experience. And I think a lot of people are that way. Probably most. Oh, I did this wrong. Over like this. Okay. I think I've got it now. Only do mod packs if there's quest system in place. Yep. Yep. I definitely feel you there. Okay. Connect up right there, and then I think we've got it. Okay, yep. Alright. 3 down, 1 to go. And before I made this thing, I didn't even consider how much work it was going to be. It's actually more work to wire this thing up than it was to actually build the multi-block. Crazy Craft? I've never heard of Crazy Craft before. I've been very curious about Meatball Craft. Everybody's been talking about that for the past couple months. I don't know anything about it, though. The better questing ding on completion. You know, it's funny. The new questing system that's in a lot of modern packs. There's this one pack that Kat and I have been playing recently called Universio. And it actually, I think it literally took that exact same ding sound file and replicated it. Because, yeah, I'm with you. I gotta have the ding. Otherwise, I don't feel accomplished. I need my dopamine. Meatball Craft is a huge mod pack. Interesting. These go up by 2. These go up by 1. We're almost there. We'll be able to hook up Applied Energistics to this very soon. Test it out. Yeah, let's bring this down. Hook up these. Yeah, they do. Exactly. Exactly. Dipshy says, haven't played GTNH in ages. Have a real problem when it comes to starting mod packs and never finishing them. I am the same. Like, I don't think I've finished many mod packs. I think I technically finished... oh god, what is it called? Enigmatic 2 Expert. I think I got the creative vendor, or the creative... vendor, the creative upgrade for storage drawers that lets you like duplicate everything. I just kind of quit after that. That's basically the end of the game. But not too many other mod packs. I came close to finishing Project Ozone 3 as well, but not quite. It's tough. I mean, Kat's the same way with most video games. I finally got her to complete a Final Fantasy for the first time recently. I think a lot of people are probably that way, though. Well, to anybody who's never messed with them before, just know that you could definitely cause an explosion if you don't do that correctly. So... okay. Let's see. We'll bring the cable down. Be like this. Yeah. Be fine. Connect up both sides like so. A chain of explode. Oh, would it really be a chain? I actually didn't know that. Yeah, that'd be really bad. Well, good to know. Oops. Oh, always close to other ATs. Yeah. So if they were far away enough from each other, then technically that wouldn't happen. But like you say, it's very common. Yeah. Alrighty. It is done, Kat.
Nice.
hooked up. We should be getting power. Let's go check the controller. Yep, already has 640 million EU. Excellent. They toss blocks into other things. Oh, that sounds fun. All right. Let's see here. We're also going to need to get a... Flight logistics over here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's get some wireless connectors. We'll put that right there. Actually, maybe one over. Go ahead and tie our wireless setup kit to it. Teleport home. Down here. And grab us a channel from our PDP. Yeah, perfect. Maybe not. No, I actually don't think I have before. No. If you have a video, that'd be fun to watch. Let's see. All right, let's get a P2P. And we'll call this, let's make sure we're on bind input. There we go. Compact fusion, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Then we're going to come down our output hatch like so. And then we're going to come up here, but we're going to do a subnet. Let's get 2 fluid storage buses, 2 dual interfaces. I really don't know if blocking mode would totally be necessary for this, but I am going to use it anyway. To be safe. And then let's use a different color for our subnet. We'll do purple. Almost saw your first explosion ever by the sounds of it. No, it wasn't even close. Honestly, like, it would probably take at least 5 seconds. The active, like, if the active transformer didn't have a block for like at least 5 seconds, then it might. But I swapped it over in like a split second, so nah, we good. Totally professional here. Surely. Okay. Let's get 2 dual interface. There. This is going to be compact fusion Mark III dual. Okay. Oh, you have a first-hand screenshot explosion? That's awesome. Okay, yeah, we'll turn on blocking mode just for the sake of it, but we're going to make these crafts like really big. So first things first, because we're going to be getting our neutronium this way now instead of through the blast furnace, I do want to make sure we have the right recipes in here. So neutronium ingot we were getting from the mega blast furnace. We're going to take that out. And then we're going to put this ingot recipe back into the fluid solidifier. Actually, you know what? Let's increase this. Oh, I think I messed it up. The neutronium ingot, fluid solidifier recipe right here. There we go. Yeah, we'll do 256 at a time. Fluid solidifier, perfect. And we can just get rid of this other recipe. Okay, so now This is all online? Yes. Okay, perfect. Now, we can look at the recipe for molten neutronium. Come over to the fusion reactor. Molten nequadria, molten americium. Actually, before I even do that, I want to check something. I want to check our recipes for nequadria and americium, the molten versions. Let's see. We actually don't have a recipe for molten americium. That's interesting. I believe the way we're doing this now for our passive stuff, I think you can literally just fluid extract straight from the dust. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't feel like you should be able to do that, but yeah, you totally can. Yeah, let's do 256 at a time. Put that in the fluid extractor. Okay. Quick question, why the subnet trying to learn more AE2? Give me 1 second and I will show you that. It's a bit complicated to wrap your mind around initially, but it is like literally a requirement in GTNH to eventually do that. Now there's two different types of subnets, right? There's this subnet. So the reason you do this subnet is so that, this is probably a bad example, but what's happening here is you've got one dual interface, which is sort of like the sending one, and then you've got another dual interface, which is the receiving one. And then it'll take the fluids from this and it'll put them wherever it can via storage buses on that subnet. Now this comes into play a lot more frequently, like when you have like item and fluid together, and you want one to go to like an item bus or an input bus and one to go into an input hatch. So you'd use an item storage bus and a fluid storage bus. This is actually like a requirement later for doing, I can actually show it right now. This right here, there are these things called assembly lines. And the thing with these is, you see you've got a bunch of item input buses here, and then you got some fluid hatches here as well. And these all have storage buses. These are all on a separate subnet. And the reason you do this is you can set each one of these to a different priority. It's like item priority 16, 15, etc. Because in order for the recipe to work, each of these slices has to have a very particular item. So there's a certain item that has to go into the first slot, and then a certain item that has to go in the second slot. And so when you actually like do your recipe, you start with the top left item and then it goes, you know, to the right and then the second row and then the third row. And that way it'll put all the items in the right spots here. And you would need a subnet with the whole blocking mode thing with the interfaces for that to even work. I don't know if that was what your question was about, but hopefully that kind of, I know that's a lot to absorb as well, but hopefully that kind of shed some light on at least like why you would need to do that. Our molten nequadria, I think we already have the correct recipe for this. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, it's doing 64 at a time, which is fine. That's fine. Okay. So now I should be able to do this recipe here, which is the americium and nequadria together to get molten neutronium. And this is the stuff we've been after. Basically all of our current components, like our motors and everything else connected to that, requires a lot of neutronium, like a stack of neutronium ingots per motor, which is really crazy. So it's one of the main reasons I wanted to get this whole donut online in the first place, although this will come in handy for many other recipes as well. But yeah, we can actually just slot this in. And what I want to do is I want to do 192 of this at a time. Let me actually see if I can do 144 times 192. Well, that, oh yeah, it totally does. For anybody who doesn't know, in applied energistics, what I'm doing here is in the pattern terminal, you can actually middle click the fluid and you can go 144, and applied energistics actually, I don't know if this was always the case, but it can actually accept math expressions. So 144 times 192, and it'll actually put the total 27,648, which is perfect.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's super, super handy. So the reason we do 192, by the way, is because that is the number of parallels that our fusion reactor will do at one time. So 192 of this recipe. And there we go. So now we can put the recipe right here. Does make sense with the item ordering? Thanks. Yeah, no problem. And it can also come in handy, not just for the assembly line, but for other instances where you don't want different, like you have different circuits for things. And sometimes if you don't use blocking mode with the item fluid combos, it can kind of mix items and some fluids up, and you'll end up like getting the wrong recipe forming. So generally speaking, there are a lot of exceptions, but generally speaking, blocking mode is kind of like the safer way of doing things. And oftentimes you'll need a subnet setup like this in order to even be able to do the blocking mode. I would generally err on the caution of blocking mode unless it's unnecessary. Extruders would be an example where that's unnecessary. Fluid extractors, other things like that. Okay, I should be able to, let's see, neutronium ingots. We actually don't have any of those right now. So if I request this, you know, let's just go. Oh, it's actually going to use our current neutronium that we have. Actually, let's see, molten neutronium. Oh, we have 16 million. We actually have a decent amount right now. I didn't realize that. Let's order like 1 million. Okay.
I'll just post the link. Oh my.
Are you already watching it?
It's a screenshot. The gravestone and all. That's great.
Oh. I'm going to check that out in just a second. But look, our molten neutronium, we are getting 768 a second. It's actually not as much as I thought we would be getting. I feel like I'm not getting the full parallels out of this. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, let me click this real quick. Oh god. Yeah, that was pretty sizable. Yeah, so the explosion like went down like 7 or 8 blocks from where you were standing. Slightly dangerous. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out. So each one of these recipes will, like, basically, how many of these recipes is it doing at a time? Doing 9216 divided by 144. But it's doing 64 in parallel at the moment. Not the full 192. Or why would that be? Oh, I misread the tooltip. I understand this now. So the number of parallels that you get depends upon the startup EU amount. So it's going to vary from recipe to recipe. So if the startup was less than 160 million EU, you can see that kind of like 2/3 the way down the tooltip, then it would do the 192 parallels. But because I'm doing a startup recipe that requires greater than or equal to 320 million EU, it only does 64 parallel. A good example would be like if I was doing helium plasma. See, this only has a startup of 60 million EU, which is less than 160 million. So this would do 192 parallels. But the one I'm doing only does 64. Okay, okay. This is still significantly faster than trying to get neutronium with the Mega Blast Furnace, though. The only downside to doing it this way is that it does use Nequadria, which we do have in limited amounts. So our Nequadria, we're getting from the NAC line. We have 4.8 million dust, which ends up being about 500,000 Nequadria, roughly. It's actually not a crazy amount. I might actually have to beef this up even more than I already am. Explosion sizes scale with the tier. I mean, that would kind of make sense, I guess, right? So we got the Tricky Bee online and in an alveary, Cat?
Yes,
Right,
that's
cool.
all running.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for this to finish crafting. Like, everything's been made, but is this block just taking forever to cook?
It could be. Let me go check real quick. I remember I was crafting, I think it was the Nequada fuel refinery, and I think it was like a 30-minute craft or something stupid like that.
Jeez.
Either that or something's wrong with the recipe. Oh, I think I found your recipe. Okay, hold on. Oh. So, first problem, there might be multiple problems. Yo, what's up,
Okay.
Soul? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're fine. You're just talking about there being multiple problems with this.
Oh, no. Well, I don't think it was necessarily your fault. So the first problem, what the cat doing? That is a good question. What is cat doing right now?
I'm just watching red wheat attempt to grow.
Cat is in quest book completion mode, and so there's a crop quest apparently. She's been messing with this. I think, weren't you messing with this on Thursday as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already got 2. I'm working on the 3rd. I just wanted to get a couple of these before I start trying to like pick them up in case I don't get bag seeds.
I don't blame you, Nine. I don't blame you at all. Oh, there's a bunch of quests
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of quests for crops.
in the fishing, farming, cooking section. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's still quite a
Well,
bit left to do on this page.
You were looking for stuff to do while your friend was gone in China, right? So there you go.
Good time-consuming work.
No, you don't have to. Unless you
Yeah.
want quest completion.
Yeah, if you aren't like trying to complete the entire quest book, don't worry about it.
Okay, so I'm double checking this recipe, Cat. I think you put all the items correct. So I know you just mainly just shift left clicked it in, right?
I don't remember, but you were watching me
Yeah,
do
that-
it.
Well, I sort of was halfway paying attention. Yeah, I think you've got all the stuff in here correctly. I think it just needs extra power. So it needs UEV power, and it's only getting UHV at the moment.
Oh.
I can fix that.
Well, I'm so glad that I brought this to your attention, because I'd go over there and I'd be like, what is happening?
Well, GTNH is all about troubleshooting. Let's see. I'm also going to need to transform up to UHV. UHV to... Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, high amp transformer. Perfect. Do we have any UHV superconductor? We do. Nice. Okay. So just waiting on this UHV energy hatch to go. Things are moving much, much quicker than they were previously. One of the things that I have left to upgrade the power on are these assembly lines. I could probably even do that today, actually. But we upgraded pretty much all of our megas down here. Vacuum freezer, our main MBF, mega alloy blast smelter as well. So all that stuff is going fairly quickly. Our precise assembler is going much quicker now. It's getting 256 amps of UHV, which is really, really, really great for this particular point. Double databank setup? No, not at the moment. Honestly, like, this room isn't gonna handle assembly line stuff for much longer, so I'm gonna have to make a new building. Kind of thinking more long term. I don't know where I'm gonna do that at the moment, but I was kind of waiting until that point to, you know, upgrade the whole databank situation. So we're kind of getting by. I am running out of data hatches, though. So it's probably going to have to happen sooner than I wanted it to. Yeah, probably over here or something. It's going to have to be pretty big. I don't know. Like, I really don't know how many assembly lines or advanced assembly lines or, you know, circuit assembly lines. I really don't know what kind of numbers I need in the end. I mean, I've seen some crazy setups before. But speaking of the advanced, though, I did finally get some advanced assembly lines online in order to get the lasers into, you know, the correct orientation. You know, the lasers have to come from below like this. I did have to put the AALs on their side, which I'm not a huge fan of the look of this, but, you know, it works. And these are mainly for circuit stuff. So in UV, we were introduced to the idea of having to make neural processing units with an assembly line. And then bioprocessing this tier. And then there's our wetware mainframes, and then our bio mainframes, bioware supercomputers. And for anybody who is not familiar with what this is, basically it's kind of like these normal assembly lines, except they can actually work in parallel based on the number of slices. So what ends up happening is if you give this laser power and you give it enough power, it'll actually be like working in parallel based on each slice. So this one, for example, has 10 slices. So it'll actually work in parallel, essentially. The answer is yes. Yeah, that sounds right. That definitely sounds right. Summoned your first meteor last night. Now you have 20 NAC oxide dust smelting in nuggets. Nice.
Nice.
Dude, meteors are insane. Like, especially later on, so like in ZPM and in UV, like, I've got my little favorite things I like to use for meteor summoning. Once you get to ZPM, you get to some of these, like the Elite Mass Fabricator and the Advanced Circuit Assembler, and these give some crazy good stuff. Like, especially the Mass Fabricator here, you can get Cosmic Neutronium super early, which is kind of crazy. Neutronium, Nether Star Ore. There's a lot of good stuff here. Mysterious Crystal, that'll actually be really useful later for you. And then you have the ZPM Advanced Circuit Assembler, which is also a really good one. All kinds. You get pure indium ore with this. lots of other stuff that's, a lot of this is like rare earth stuff, I think. You just kind of get it in pure form, which is pretty good. Regular assembly lines do one at a time. So yeah, so the regular ones do not work in parallel. Can't, as far as I understand it. But the way that you get these advanced ones to work in parallel is you kind of have to do this type of setup where you use stocking input buses. So it's like very different from the way you set up a subnet for the normal advanced assembly lines where like you just put one recipe's worth in at a time. But honestly, I wouldn't even recommend, this is just my experience, but I would not recommend making an advanced assembly line until you get access to lasers. Because without lasers, you can't feed this thing enough power for it to take advantage of the parallels. Looks free. Yep. Basically is. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh man, I'm not a huge fan of the way this glass looks. If I can figure out a better way. Not the end of the world. But yeah, we are making basically, what is this? 6 neutronium ingots a second. It's pretty good. You GTNH enjoyers tried Factorio. I know a lot of people have. I've only played a little bit of the Factorio demo, but that's definitely on my list. Like, I definitely want to get into Factorio eventually. The new expansion looks awesome. What little I've seen of that. I know there's a lot of enjoyers out there. Okay, yeah, I almost forgot what I was doing here. Let's take these 2 UHV hatches. Actually, let me make sure I turn this off as well, so we don't void the recipe. And we'll put our new hatches, like so. Put some superconductor wire, UHV. Then... Cat's weed is growing. Yeah, let's check in. Yeah, it moved a pixel. Okay, good. All right.
And I got another one to grow.
Right.
Huzzah!
Things are happening so quickly. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank goodness I have fertilizer.
Yep.
I keep checking on this Draconic fusion roll block and it's still not ready, so.
Yeah, well, I'm working on fixing that right now, Kat.
No, I know. I'm just letting everyone know that
Okay.
that's why I'm still sitting here twiddling my thumbs with the crops.
I'm working here. Okay. So we're taking 16 amps of UV, transforming down to 4 amps of UHV. I think this should work fine. And like I said, we're going to make all this UHV very, very soon. But, meantime... Oh, yep, there we go. 75 seconds, Kat.
Fantastic.
I'm working
Go ahead.
here. Yeah.
Go ahead and tear
Exactly.
these down.
And then once this is done, Kat's going to be putting together a Gregtech multi-block.
And you guys believe it.
Yeah. You saw it here first.
Oh no.
Actually, yeah, we should figure out where are we going to put this thing? If anybody curious what this thing looks like this 5x5 interesting looking tower thing. We could put it right here, kind of like near one of the doors. It's kind of a cool looking multi-block. I'm a fan.
You know, I didn't think about this before. What Your input bus and hatch and all that crap do I need on this?
Oh, that's a great question. So what I can do is we can right click on the, oh, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. So you can right click on the control block and it'll show you all the recipes. Now there is a bit of an annoying thing with this multi-block that I'm noticing. It uses these schematics that are not consumed in the craft.
Oh.
So what you kind of want to do, it looks like, is it looks like you're going to have an input, like an input bus dedicated to each schematic. So you got one here for like the Draconic core. You got another one here for Wyvern Energy core. Although it looks like there are two different recipes involving the Wyvern core schematic. And there's an Awaken core schematic. So you might have several combinations of input bus, input hatch. And none of the recipes overlap. Okay. So you can just chuck them in. See, because I was wondering, like, ooh, how are we going to do, like, you know, can't really use blocking mode on any of this, but yeah, that's good to know. And yeah, Ricker T, thank you for the follow. All right. I mean, I guess we should start with the simplest one, which is the Draconic core. Okay, so we could just have like one big input bus.
Okay.
Like one input bus, one input hatch. And we'd still probably need to do a subnet for this, since it's like a item fluid combo. Yeah.
I swear I had a whole bunch of this stuff already made, and now it's not in the system.
Uh-oh. Maybe it got used in some other craft I was doing, unbeknownst to me. That is possible. Even just from the coke ovens and Stone Age, I'm hooked on multi-blocks. Well, I'm glad you like the multi-blocks because, yeah.
It'll be here a while.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me see what you're missing here. 'Cause hopefully it's not the difficult. So I think the difficult stuff to make was the Naquata alloy fusion casing, which it looks like we still have. There's 51 of those. Fusion coils we don't have, but I can request those. That's oh, you already got them.
One I
okay.
already requested.
Yeah, those are easy, and the fusion machine casing is easy too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that won't take long at all. What about you got the Bloody Icorium, right?
Yeah, I've got that in my inventory right now.
Okay. It was that Naquata alloy fusion casing that was taking like 200 seconds per block
Yeah,
to
that was
make.
a lot.
Dude, that was dumb.
Find it in here. Where the heck is it?
The blast furnaces are my favorite so far, just because of how the coils look. Yeah, the coils are really cool. Now, you know, some of them are better looking than others, depending on which coil we're talking about. There's this coil here, the TPV alloy coil, which is, I would not say my favorite color of coil, but you got others like, I like the Awakened Draconium. This looks cool. There's some mortar right there. Yeah, it's, you know what's sad is a couple of versions of GTNH ago, there was a coil block called the Tungsten Steel Coil. And it was kind of the color of tungsten steel. It was like kind of like a pastel blue, or like no, not pastel. It's kind of like a slight faded blue. It was a really nice color. And then they replaced that block with this one. Possibly the ugliest coil of them all. So good times.
I know you always do like a little happy dance whenever you can get rid of those.
Yeah. They
So-
actually do get replaced relatively quickly.
What energy tier did you want me to get for the energy hatch?
I don't know. Let me look at some of the recipes. The earliest recipes are UV, 20 seconds, 50 seconds, UHV. Just go ahead and get a UHV energy hatch. Yeah. Shouldn't take too long to craft. Now, it looks like there's something called a tier casing with these. Tiered fusion casing. Bloody Icorium for tier 1, Draconium for tier 2, etc.
Oh, okay. So you swap it out depending on what tier you go for. And I've only made the bloody Icorium for tier
right.
1.
So the next tier is Draconium fusion casing. Now, I would assume that, yeah, that requires Draconic core. So you have to make the tier 1 first before you can even, But it looks like you can, to make the Draconium fusion casing, you actually use the bloody Icorium as part of the recipe. So it's not like your tier 1 gets wasted.
Well, that is good.
Yeah.
Because that stuff is really difficult to make.
Yeah, I saw that exact same message on Adidia's stream today too. Yeah.
I didn't even see the message.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Stupid bot garbage. So yeah, it does look like we can make the Draconium fusion casing pretty early on here, but you know, one thing at a time. We'll just get this working first. So I have the input bus and input hatch already. Ooh, I can teach Cat how to do a subnet.
Oh boy.
How exciting.
Don't overload me with stuff.
I'm excited. It'll be fine. Yo, Davey Boy over on YouTube. What's up? How you doing? Are you a fellow GTNH enjoyer like the rest of us? Or are you just chilling? Looks like you got everything.
Not everything.
What are we missing?
Well, I'm still waiting on that energy hatch.
Oh, okay. I mean, by the time it's done, actually, it'll be done in just a second.
Okay. Did you grab the buses and other hatches?
Yeah.
All right.
I assume we need a maintenance hatch as well.
I've got the maintenance on me.
Okay. A drone hatch or?
Oh, I've got a regular hatch.
Yeah. So put that back and grab a drone downlink module. If you just type in drone, it'll pop right up.
This one?
Mm-hmm. We always use that in lieu of a maintenance hatch now, ever since we got the drone center.
Okay. So where are we putting this?
In the auto assembly area, wherever I call this place. Autocraft area, yeah. Davey Boy says, got to MV, then gave up since I realized I'm not smart enough out of school, so I'm doing Nomi right now. Well, that's definitely how I felt the first time I played GTNH. I only got to HV, or Kat and I did, and then we quit because I had no foresight for like what was needed ahead, and you know, a lot of it just comes down to experience with the pack. But yeah, Nomi Factories, I never played through all of Nomi Factory, but Nomi Factory is a really great way to learn Gregtech related stuff. So hopefully you have better luck with that. Have fun with it. Maybe you come back to GTNH again one day. People have often called Nomi Factory the gateway drug to GTNH. So, and yo, Halloween, how's it going? How are you this evening? Kat and I are putting together the... Well, we just got our first Compact Fusion, Mark III. Put that together earlier. Making Molten Neutronium. And now Kat is working on Draconic Evolution Fusion Crafter. So we're getting stuff done. All the multi-blocks today. Oh, by the way, we could have used the hologram projector to automatically build this, but that's okay.
Oh, snap.
It's not like it's a huge multi-block anyway, so. Debated trying Moni Factory before deciding jumping in GTNH, but then found y'all. Hey, nice. Yeah, I definitely want to try Moni Factory at some point. Just because I'm curious what modern GTNH or modern Gregtech feels like. I've often heard it said though that Nomi is the superior one. It's had more time in the oven, for sure. I mean, I think Moni Factory is still in beta at the moment. My teammates spent the last week spamming Eternal TTPF. Made a really cool Nanoforge area. Nice. Nice. I like our little Nanoforge area that we have at the moment. Kind of like centered up with this tunnel here. I put some little antennas on top to kind of make it make more sense. Been watching the new threefold from my Moni Factory fix. Yeah, I've been watching that series as well. It's got a very cool looking foundation for a base over there. I like it. Definitely good to see threefold back at it. I'm pretty sure... I think I tried GTNH one time before Threefold's videos, and then I got killed by an Infernal mob, and I was just like, screw this. And I think that was back in like 2017 or something. And then Threefold came out with the season 1, and then Kat and I did a world together, went all the way to HV. You did the same thing. Yeah, dude, I was not prepared for... I believe it was the Drowned Creeper that made me quit. Literally. I didn't have a clue about it at the time. I was just like, man, this pack is bullshit. I'll go play Project Ozone instead. Or something. You have the Dragon Blood B. I don't think so. Oops. I know Dragon Blood is like a huge thing. It's not called Dragon Blood though. What is it called? Dragon... Oh, it is Dragon Blood. Yeah, I don't have that one yet. I guess we could make it. We have Neutronium. We have Dragon Essence.
I'm pretty sure...
Ectoplasma. I don't... It requires Ectoplasma. I don't think we have Ectoplasma yet.
We are short one of these flippin' Icorium blocks.
Oh no.
Blocks to be short.
Why did you make 31?
I made 33. I don't know where the other one went.
Oh.
One of them was used for research.
One of them was used in the controller block recipe.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
That was my...
It's okay. It's just one.
Problem of overlooking that one.
Everything's fine, Kat. Just let me know if I can help you.
Well, while I go work on this, do you want to set up the rest of this bad boy? Like...
Oh, achievement.
Oh.
No trophy though.
Sorry.
Well, no, I'll just chill on these until you're done. I'll put everything in a chest right here.
Okay.
Or for you guys, I would have quit because of those mobs got killed by an exploding arrow skeleton. Oh, dude, those are the worst. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're persevering because there's a whole lot to unpack with this mod pack. So much good stuff. Like, I feel like if you like magic mods, You wouldn't think that GTNH would be your pack, but I feel like this is the ultimate magic mod pack as well.
Yeah.
And while very little of it is technically required, there's so much good stuff. I feel like there's a lot that GTNH has to offer. A lot of different types of players as well. So much to see you do. I'm excited. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The rates with the bee and Infinity Egg are so much better than without. The rates on what exactly are you talking about, Halloween? Oh, you mean like some of these fusion recipes? Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. With the comb versus without the comb. Can't see, we're not even there yet. Did we have raid on yet? I don't even know if we have raid on yet. The main reason we were actually making the fusion crafter in the first place at the moment is for like these wyvern energy cores and the awaken cores. Because Cat's been on a mission to try to make the Sword of the Cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Which, as far as we could tell from looking at all the recipes, Cat's actually done a lot of the weapon stuff already. As far as we could tell, for the Draconic Staff of Power, it does seem like all of this is doable in UHV, which is where we're at right now. So we're mainly using it for that purpose. But yeah, I know that Dragonblood later is very, very integral. I'm not sure what for exactly. Oh, Hypogen. Is this the only way to get Hypogen? You have to do the fusion recipe first, Mark IV. That's kind of what it looks like. First Hypogen to start DTPF loop. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh yeah, because you need some Hypogen in order to make more Hypogen. Yeah, I see where this loop is now. Yeah. But we'll get there.
I've added it to the list.
Added what to the list?
Dragonblood bee.
Dragonblood. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, we also got our Tricky Queen. By the way, anybody who's able to do bees, if you haven't already, you got until November 3rd to make your Tricky Bee. Which is, you know, not overly useful, but kind of fun. UMV Superconductor.
All right, babe. I'm back.
Yes. Oh, I see now. Yeah, there it is. It didn't take you that long.
No, I'm very surprised. I already had an Icorium block, and that's what saved me so much time.
Oh, okay,
the rest
good.
isn't that bad.
Well, there you go. Okay, so I guess what we should probably do. Oh, yep. Controller block. Good. Now, sometimes the structure will not form until you have certain hatches and stuff in place.
That's fine. I was about to ask, where do you want the hatches?
So let's go underneath. And I'm just going to, like, one of the easiest ways to, like, access things underneath, I usually just tear out the entire ceiling.
Okay.
It's like right underneath the multi-block, like that. So you can kind of eyeball things better. So we'll want an energy hatch. I would probably just put it on like one of these front corners, because here's our HV or UHV hookup. Is this cable right here? So that'd be really convenient.
Ooh.
Oh, it just
Formed?
well, it faced the wrong direction. That's all. You want it facing down.
Well, the block changed. That's why I was confused.
Oh, that's okay. It'll do that. It's usually a good sign.
All right.
You need to take a wrench and you need to point the energy hatch downward.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were doing it.
GTPF is the clunky multi-block, isn't it? It's definitely a big multi-block. That's all I know. Yep, there we go. So now if you look in the AE system, there should be some Draconic, or sorry, some Draconium cable, 8X. At the top. Yeah, there you go. You want the 8X, yeah. So that holds 64 amps, which is what is being output into this cable line right here. And so you can literally just hook the cable line that we have right here straight up to the energy hatch.
Where am I connecting it to?
This cable right here.
Oh, to that. Okay.
I'll usually have the backbone cables kind of going right underneath the paths. And it creates a logical flow to things. And then you need, what are they called? Automatic snips?
Yeah, I'm looking for them. I have them in here somewhere. There they go.
Okay, good. Ah, we have power. All right, good. So the next thing that we're going to do is put the input hatch and bus kind of next to each other, and you can kind of pick any place, like maybe on the right over here.
You want them on the ends, or do you want them like
put them like kind of here on this edge, because we could actually hook up to this IMI cable that's over here.
That work?
Yeah. I'm gonna look at the tooltip, make sure. Yeah, all this stuff can be any bottom casing, so
okay.
That works well. Cookie's actually a nice quality life item for Gula Essentia. What is Gula Essentia? So what you're going to do is you're going to put the storage buses. This is going to be part of a subnet that we send items into. And you're going to put an item storage bus and a fluid storage bus on the respective bus and hatch here.
What do I put where?
Fluid storage bus will go on the input hatch, because input hatches are for fluids, input buses are for items. Nope.
I still got that backwards, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. It's fine. Oh, I ended up with it. There you go. So fluid storage bus on input hatch, and then just normal storage bus on, item hatch. So basically, when we send items into the subnet, they'll know where to go.
Okay.
Right. So now we're going to take some of that purple covered cable that I had there. I like to make purple the subnets, since cyan is our main. They kind of go well together. And you're going to hook up both of those buses with purple cable. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, and then you're gonna probably come down with the cable, like 1 or 2. Yeah, that's good. Then you're gonna take some cyan cable, and you're gonna come over here. And as long as these are different colors, they won't connect up, but you kind of want them like directly adjacent to each other.
Oh, oops. How far off am I?
Oh, and I realized one thing that we actually didn't have.
Which is what?
There you go. It should be in your inventory. We actually need an output bus, so we can actually get the final product.
Oh, yeah,
right.
That would be
And you
good.
could actually put the output bus like right in this corner. That would actually work perfectly. Perfect. And the output bus, the final product, needs to go back into the cyan network. So you're actually going to connect the output bus with cyan cable. No interface.
Okay.
The output bus kind of acts as an interface automatically. Yeah, perfect. Connect that up. Yeah. Good. Okay. So now we sort of need like an entry point from the cyan network into the purple network. So this is like where we're going to put our recipe and how items are going to get from cyan to purple. And so that's where the dual interface comes in. And they're basically going to be facing each other.
I just like connect them to both of these.
Yeah.
You've got the other interface, by the way.
Oh, do I? Okay, there you go. Perfect. And then there's one last step, because every applied energistic subnet every applied energistic subnet needs to be powered. So right now purple has no power, which means it can't do anything. So you're going to take that quartz fiber cable and boom, there you go. Yep, perfect. So now if we put a recipe into the dual interface that's on the cyan side, then we'll be able to see that recipe in our main network, and the items will be able to go from, when you order them, we'll know where to go.
Oh, that's cool. So
now there is one problem, and I don't exactly know what it is, but it's still saying incomplete structure.
we don't have the maintenance patch on it.
That could be causing incomplete structure. I'm not sure, but yeah, just replace one of the casings. Yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect. And actually that did complete the structure. And so in just a second, yep, running fine. There we go. If you look at the tooltip, it says green running fine. That's what you want. So now you can turn on the power. Yeah. So whenever we send items for a craft, it should automatically go. So now we just need to make a recipe.
Okay. Put all these back in the system.
And because we only have tier 1 casing, there's actually only one recipe available to us right now.
Which one?
So if you right click on the controller block and you look at the recipes, see how it says tier casing at the bottom?
Oh, okay.
And the Bloody Aquarium is the tier 1. And if you look at all the other recipes, they all say tier 2 or tier 3, etc. Yeah. It's the only one we can do, which is fine.
Hold the phone.
Hmm?
Isn't this what we need? Is this Draconic energy core for the Draconic staff of power?
Could be, yeah.
That's a tier 3 casing.
Okay.
Oh my snaps.
We might be able to do that, but we had to start here regardless with tier 1, so.
That's still so depressing. I thought once this was built, I could finish that.
Look, did you forget what mod pack you were playing? Okay.
Greg. I can't.
Good old
anything ever
Greg.
be easy.
Because Greg.
Ugh.
All right, well,
I
next
don't
step.
love you, Greg.
I'm all Greg. Pleased to meet you.
Good old Greg. we need that specific clip where he's like, "Do you love me?"
Oh, I just played it.
Oh.
You couldn't see it, but
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
all right. So next thing would be to make a recipe for that Draconic core, because we need those Draconic cores in order to make the tier 2 casing.
Okay.
You got this.
So
Cat is truly Gregging tonight. I love it.
I'm glad you do.
Poor Cat's been working all day, and now she's being subjected to this.
Oh, we didn't name any of our stuff on this.
Oh
did
yeah, we probably should name that interface. Do you have a quartz cutting knife, or
I do.
Okay. So you can just come down here, and it needs to be the interface that's closest to cyan. That's what you name. Because cyan needs to see. Oh, just right click. Don't shift right click.
I don't know why I do that every time.
That's fine.
Draconic fusion.
Fusion, crafter, yeah, or Draconic fusion is fine. I mean, unfortunately, these only have so many characters, which is also a thing. But that should be fine. You do want it to say dual though, just so we know that.
So make it say dual.
Yeah, comma dual. I always do that to make sure that it's known that, you know, hey, fluid item combo recipes can go here. Yep, there we go. Now, the only other thing that we need to do is, like, when you made that recipe, did you include the schematic in it?
No.
Okay, well, that's probably a good thing then. Okay, that's good. Because you don't want the schematic to be tried to put in every single time. We want the schematic to already be in the input bus because it doesn't get consumed.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I found like 3 of those schematics on whatever tier 8 planet, or I think it was Pluto. I was trying to find like the tier 8 rocket schematic and I just kept getting the stupid Draconic core schematic instead every time I fought a boss. So we should have that schematic in the system. Yeah, right. But it should be in there. Yeah, I see it. And so that'll just go into the input bus itself. And it'll just live there.
Okay. So I guess go ahead and try and cook one of these babies.
Yeah, say so. Shmev says you go girl, by the way.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
That's right.
Oh, we don't have Icorium plates on here.
Oh, Davey boy, I don't know if you're still in YouTube chat or not. It says, how many hours do you have on this world so far? So, go to minutes played. Cat has 916 hours. I have 1,448 hours. I did not realize I had that many until now. All right, then. Okay. Good times. Forget we ever looked at that. So what are we missing? Icorium plate?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. You probably want to do the bending machine recipe instead.
Really?
But it's the exact same recipe. So it should be the, yes, ingot 1 plate, yeah. Yeah, Davey, this pack can get pretty insane on the number of hours. But I gotta say, like, as long as you're like just enjoying the journey and each step, and maybe your goal isn't even to complete the pack, maybe your goal is a rocket to the moon or something, which is like the end of HV. Like, and in order to like truly enjoy this pack, you have to not look at the end, but kind of make yourself micro goals throughout. So one of my big goals was like making the space elevator, which was the end of UV, because Kat and I had gotten pretty far in the pack, but never that far. So we got there, and that's awesome. You know, I'm really happy with this thing. Because for me, this was like one of the coolest looking multi-blocks in the whole pack. But regardless of its use, I was just like, hey, I want to make that thing. That's going to be a major goal for me. And we hit it. But now I'm like, hey, what's next? So don't ever let, if you ever try this pack, don't ever let yourself get bogged down by number of hours. Like, you know, forget about that. You don't have to get Stargate to enjoy it.
Yeah, like honestly, I think it's best to just take it slow, take it at your own pace. I think you enjoy it better that way. And we've got the Draconic core.
Nice. Yeah, rocket is a really good goal. I like that goal a lot. I mean, even like, you know, look at Threefold. Made the tier 7 rocket his goal. I do have to say though, even though Space Elevator was like one of my main goals, like I've been having a lot of fun in this next chapter. Oh, so you have to upgrade the... What is it, this other casing as well? The fusion machine casing.
Yeah.
Mark II, but that's not bad. That's not bad to make either. So at least you don't have to upgrade those stupid black casing.
That's very
Top
true.
and
It's
bottom,
just
because those are
these
awful.
two.
Yeah.
Although I do wonder, I don't know where these blocks just went.
That's some visual glitch that happens occasionally. If you close it and then you reopen it, it'll probably fix itself.
Age or fix. Yeah, there's an Aquata alloy, but fusion coil block.
Yeah, everything's the same except for the middle column and the middle outer rings. In fact, it's what, 32 of those fusion casings? I can go ahead and order those out.
All right, sweet, thank you.
Actually, we already have 30. We already have them in the system, so I went ahead and
We just
grabbed
need
them.
the Draconium fusion casing,
Yeah.
right?
Which means we probably need to make probably 32 of those Draconic cores, yeah. Which is fine. Davey says, what else are you streaming on? Probably most of our audience is usually on Twitch. There should be a link somewhere on our YouTube page or like the description, but it's just twitch.tv/catscozygames. You're gonna need a lot more Icorium, huh?
Yeah, because you need the Icorium plates.
Are we not able to have that Icorium extract?
We might be able to. Let's see.
I would just turn on because I don't think it's a nested craft. Oh, you've got it disconnected. Oh, okay.
I didn't do that. I thought you did that.
What? No, I didn't do that. I didn't mean to do that.
Where did the bottom just go? Am I having like all of the visual glitches right now?
Hold on. Oh no, that's a feature of the Yeta wrench. So it'll any
I
facade block,
see.
it'll make that disappear
Okay.
temporarily. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's working.
Fantastic. I'm gonna keep a watch over here, make sure our stuff is doing good. Seems like it is.
Oh, the aspects, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing about this arcane infusion, in case anybody doesn't know, this is Thaumcraft. And if you run out of a particular aspect that's required for the craft, bad things happen.
Yeah.
So
It goes boom
yeah,
and
there's
things.
purple stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Not a good time. Yeah, Lyra, what's up? Been waiting for you over the weekend? Yeah, unfortunately, I have work a majority of the weekend, especially in the evening time when we normally stream. So, Kat and I are mainly a Monday through Thursday streaming channel. But yeah, good to see you. And right now, Kat is working on a Draconic Evolution multi-block. I've never built before, never seen. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this thing right here.
Tumblr.
And all of this is in the name, just for anybody just tuning in, all this is in the name of getting the vaunted Sword of the Cosmos. Which, as much as I've played modded Minecraft, I actually don't think I've ever made this thing before.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be really cool.
I don't remember if you could make that in Enigmatica 2 Expert, because I was talking about how I completed that pack, but I don't remember making this. I know there was some Avaricia stuff in that pack. Did that say infinity damage? Yes. So the whole reason that we're making this thing is to get revenge on the Gaia Guardian, because we did that fight for the first time. Well, I mean, we'd done it in other packs before, but for the first time in GTNH, and that guy has a lot of hit points. And I think it took us about 10 minutes to complete that fight.
That was so painful.
So this will be the ultimate revenge on the Gaia Guardian.
Yeah, I think the second time we fought it, we were using these Edge of Primordials, and it was actually doing much better damage, but it still was slow.
So, I don't know if you know who Surdra is, Kat. They're one of the people on Samsa's Cliffs of Greg, Garden of Grind
Okay.
run. And they were showing a video of them fighting the Gaia Guardian with Kikoku. You familiar with Kikoku?
That sounds really familiar.
It's this sword that you can make from XG Utilities, and it's actually pretty easy to make. And so the nice thing about this is there's like this combined with like the pain enchant, I think, allows you to be able to hit the boss an extra amount of times, like in what are normally like, what would you call it? Like, you know, there's a particular amount of time where like you could be spam clicking all you want, but there's like a certain amount of time that has to pass before the boss can be hit again, or any mob can be hit again.
Mm-hmm.
Kikoku surpasses that, or bypasses that. So
That's
there's no
cool.
like invulnerability frames. That's what I was trying to think of.
Is that
So-
the divine damage that's on that, or is that just an enchantment that they put on with that?
I think that's a separate enchantment.
Okay.
But yeah. And also this thing will pierce through armor. So, you know, there's normally like a damage cap on the Gaia Guardian. Like, oh, you can only hit it for so much damage per hit. And this kind of bypasses that as well. So
Interesting.
for anybody out there who hasn't done, like if you're about to do Gaia Guardian, Kikoku can give you really good results, apparently. But, I mean, Sword of the Cosmos. Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna skip straight onto that. Oh, so the Draconic cores did craft then, huh?
Yep, we just got that finished.
Make sure you get them in your inventory so the quest completes.
Oh, okay. We need dense draconium plate.
I think she'll have to get out of the terminal before it actually completes. Yo, Geronimo, what's up? You know, it's funny you came in because I was just thinking about you, because we were talking about the good old Kikoku extra utilities blade. And I was talking about Gaia Guardian. I don't know if you fought Gaia Guardian yet, Geronimo, but yes, Kikoku. So apparently this weapon is really, really good against Gaia Guardian because it bypasses the armor. You know, you can normally only hit the Gaia Guardian for so much damage. It supposedly bypasses this. And then if you put the pain enchantment, it should also be able to hit the boss through its invulnerability frames. So you can hit the Gaia Guardian like for multiple like 88 point hits or something like that. And this will take down the Gaia Guardian very, very quickly. So if you haven't done Gaia Guardian yet, I would definitely recommend using Kikoku. I knew it was legendary. Yeah, exactly. Now, like we were talking about just a minute ago, we are going straight for the Sword of the Cosmos. So Kat's been working on this Draconic Fusion multi-block. And we've got to upgrade the casings on this to like a higher tier. But we should get there. I think we've made most of these weapons at this point. We're just trying to make the Draconic Staff of Power.
That is what we're missing.
Y'all be sure to follow Granmo if you haven't already. It's got some sick GTNH builds. Probably easily one of the best GTNH builders out there. It's got a very
His
cool
world
YouTube
is
series with
so
story to
cool.
it as well. Some good stuff.
I love that he's got this whole story with everything that he's building,
Mm-hmm.
and it all just looks flippin' amazing.
New build start today. Got a good foundation laid. Still looking pretty rough. I'll be very curious to see what you got cooking next. I'll check it out. Are you drinking tea?
I probably
Oh.
should go get some tea.
What was that? Kuba tea?
Yeah, Kuba's tea.
I think Kuba is a dev for GTNH,
Okay.
right? I think.
All right, we got all those.
Still not even. Look how many hours I have played. I still don't know who all the devs are.
What kind of GTNH player are you?
I know, just not a true fan, clearly. Yeah.
Well, can I just like remove all these blocks and it not cause a problem? Or do we need to turn this off first?
You can just remove them. It should be fine. As long as it's not trying to craft something right now. Yeah. Whenever you remove a block, it'll eventually do a structure check and it'll shut down due to incomplete structure.
Ah, okay.
So that's actually what ends up happening with the active transformers. So if it does that, they'll explode. So
Oh. Hey, you were going over that earlier today.
yeah. But I'm pretty sure that's one of the only multi-blocks that actually exhibits that behavior. So most of the time, if you take apart a multi-block, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, there's Crypto. What's up, Crypto? You search Kuba, you can see all the machines they're credited on. Okay, yeah. Oh, Mega Apiary. Yeah. Industrial Apiary as well. Oh god, well, I'm not as big of a fan of this one. But some of these others, yeah. I will say, oh, the Extreme Entity Crusher is very cool. I will say the Industrial Greenhouse definitely needs better support for the actual IC2 crop seeds. Because if you put IC2 crop seeds in this thing, it's pretty much garbage. But I do like the concept of this thing a lot. But yeah, Mega Apiary is awesome. Thought you get away easy tonight. Man, I almost made it. No. I enjoy doing the covers. Let me, while Kat's cooking this stuff up, let me go take a look. I actually am not familiar with the song title at all. Mega Apiary is awesome. Yeah. Maybe Kat would be willing to show it off while I'm doing stuff. There's our
Mega Apiary.
Yep. Ooh, thank you, Crypto.
It's so cute with the little, well, with the big bee bouncing around in there.
Yeah, right.
If we click on this, you can see all the combs that we're getting from it from the bees we have in here. A whole bunch of stuff. Let's see, go back. Crypto says Brett will touch your soul as you listen to it, so beware.
I like his singing voice so far, yeah.
this?
All right, a little abridged version of this song. I never heard this before. A good song. Are those bees in another dimension? Oh yeah, Cat can talk about that.
I'll talk about it after you finish playing.
Dang it. There you go, Crypto. I paid my dues. Crypto always putting me through my paces. Making me do songs I don't know.
He's keeping you on your toes.
He is, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So yeah, we do the bees and crops and tree breeding in the personal dimension. So personal dimension is something you get access to once you get the rocket. You can show that real quick. So yeah, there's a chapter called Space Race. And then once you get to the moon and you complete the dungeon there, it opens up this quest right here. And you get a choice between this loot, which is garbage by comparison, or personal dimension portal. And it allows you to create your own personal void dimension that you can put anything in. Very handy. And a lot of people, like, once they get to that point, they'll actually just relocate their entire base. I know Crypto's doing that right now. It's in the process. But I like building in the overworld. Building in the overworld is a lot of fun. But there's definitely a lot of stuff about building in the void dimension that makes it a lot easier. Now, one thing to keep in mind, we are using world edit in our playthrough, which definitely makes things a lot easier. Like, as far as like building large scale infrastructure, which GTNH requires. I normally don't like doing cheaty things like world edit, but you know, we're just using it for aesthetic purposes, and I think it's worth it in this pack. But that's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, obviously. Kind of bummed the shaders don't work in the personal dimension. Wait, really? Was that the conclusion that you read? Because I know you were having problems and you were trying to figure it out. I mean, that doesn't even sound right. But I mean, if that is the case, that sucks. Don't work with the custom skies. Ah, yeah, boo. By the way, check it out, Geronimo. We got our big pink donut. This is the Compact Fusion Mark III reactor. This is usually like the first really big fusion reactor that people usually make. So we got half of it buried underneath here. This thing is absolutely insane to make. Required so many materials. So crazy. It was even crazier than the space elevator. I was not initially prepared for this. But it does work up to 192 parallels compared to a normal fusion reactor, so it's definitely worth the work. Else progress is nuts. I mean, things start to really take off at a certain juncture. Our progress through UHV has kind of been quicker than I anticipated. This is probably going to be the biggest obstacle, though, is this Xenozine, which is what allows you to get radon, which is like the next tier of plastic for us. So it kind of goes like polyethylene and then polybenzoimazole, which I think you've gotten to at this point. And then later you have to do Kevlar and then Radoxes after that. You could slow them down with cover requests. That is true.
That's Crypto's favorite method.
Lasers. Oh yeah, we got the lasers. All the lasers. Lasers is one of those things that like absolutely seemed insane to me when I saw other people use them. And seemed like a very domineering, like difficult to understand thing, but it's actually really simple. You just have to use a bunch of these active transformer multi-blocks, which are just these 3x3 cubes. And it essentially comes down to, you know, you're able to transport a large amount of amps. Like this is 4,096 amps. So that's kind of the benefit of the lasers, is being able to transport like way more than 64 amps of a particular tier. But it essentially comes down to like, you've got these laser target hatches, which are like your input. And then you got these laser source hatches, which are like your output. And that's basically it. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. And not every machine will be able to accept lasers, but you know, a lot of the really important ones, your Mega Blast Furnace, stuff like that, will accept them. Have you seen the YouTuber Just Another Gregtech Player? Just Another Gregtech Player. I know there's one person I follow who I think is, forget where they are right now, but they've got an actual series right now. It's Average Gregtech Player. I actually learned a couple things from them recently.
Hey, babe. I have to step away for a minute. Do you need anything while I'm up?
No, I'm good. But yeah, Average Gregtech Player. They're in UIV right now. But it was actually some of their videos that helped me get through UV earlier. So that was cool. Oh, we were thinking the same person. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, their videos are really good. Now, it's definitely like, you know, breakneck pace. As far as the editing goes in those, but yeah. Oh, looks like Cat's in the middle of upgrading this thing. Looks like still crafting some of these. Let's see. Oh, wow. These are insane crafts. So it's using 125 million EU. It's like 1 UMV amp. It's still taking 37 seconds. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. The UV recipe. That's 1,200 seconds. That's insane. Yeah, average Gregtech player's pace is pretty insane. Yeah, what's up, system? How are you doing? Thankfully, I did make a second quad reactor at the beginning of the stream. So right now we're producing... how much is it? I think like 840 million EU per tick. It basically comes out to 400 UHV amps, which is the same tier that we're in right now, UHV. So the power numbers do kind of get pretty crazy at this point. Also, thank you for the follow. MyMyC. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Go Covenant in 5 hours. Actually, that's not a bad pace at all. I would definitely not knock that. But yeah, Cat's in the middle of trying to upgrade this thing. What else was I going to do today? Hold on, I got to look at my little cheat sheet checklist. Yeah, we already got the Tricky Bee. I'll throw out a reminder one more time for anybody who's just come in recently. Yo, Kevin Kelso, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if you're playing GTNH, or honestly, if you're playing any mod pack with forestry bees right now, be sure to get your Tricky Bee, because you can only do that until, yeah, November 3rd. Yeah. And it's nothing too crazy, but, you know, it'll give you some zombie heads, some cookies, you know. Basically, why not? False advertising on the compact fusion. You know, there actually is like some explanation for why it's called that. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, it's definitely not what you think, right? Yeah. Go backwards. We need to slow them down. They're going to set a new average time to gate. I don't think so. Dude, the beginning, I don't know if y'all remember, the beginning of our playthrough was actually like really slow. Very enjoyable, but very slow. By the way, yeah, I did put the cabling on the back here. We're going to have multiple of these, so the idea, and, you know, I would say I was probably inspired by one of Samsa's runs, because I think they did something similar. But I was just going to kind of do like a halfway arch tunnel of a bunch of these compact fusions. So the idea is we'll have like, you know, 8 to 10 of the various tiers in the end. I mean, honestly, probably more than that, but yeah, we'll have a nice tunnel of them. And we'll try to spruce them up with, you know, some kind of structure to kind of make them look more interesting, but... Oh, dude, yeah, that quicksand quest, that can be very difficult. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? But yeah, bamboo can be crazy too. If you can't find a bamboo forest, you'll never complete this unless you go to the next stage, the Stone Age. And there's a quest with the punji sticks, and that'll give you bamboo saplings. But until then, yeah, that quest is crazy. But yeah, the quicksand one, yeah, if you don't end up next to the right biomes, that can be a bit of a pain. Yeah, monster trap. It's this one right here with the iron bars. But yeah, I also did a little bit of a building design here, just like a basic layout. This is kind of next to our space elevator, kind of next to Combat Fusion. There'll be another building over here to kind of balance it out, by the way. Like, if anybody's worried about how close it is to the Compact Fusion, we'll end up making it look right. Until then, it is going to look a little bit awkward here. But, yeah, this is going to be our quantum computers. So all of these will be sort of like a row. This will be a quantum computer. Each of these rectangles will be right here. And there should be enough room for 30 quantum computers. I actually might take this back 3, because I don't think we actually need 30. I think a lot of people will complete their run with like 16 quantum computers. But this might actually be a little bit overkill. In fact, let me see. What would this look like if I took this back like 3? Let's see. Move 3. Or I guess move 4 east. Can we put grass here? Yeah, in a way that is kind of better. It does give this a little bit more room to breathe. And we can still fit 27 quantum computers here, which is more than enough space. So... make it an even 32. A little bit difficult with how, like, you know, odd numbered all this is. This right here would be a research station. And by the way, for anybody who has never seen that stuff before, we do have a very small version of that over here at the moment. This is a quantum computer. And the trick about this is, oh, actually, dude, for some reason I thought these were 3 wide. They're only 2 wide. That actually changes everything. I'm gonna have to go over there and change that. But basically you can make these up to 16 long. And the longer you make them, the more of these processors you can put in here, and the more powerful the computational speed of it is. And the computation speed is mainly used, well, it's used for 2 different things. It's used for some of the modules for the space elevator. So like mining, and I believe the pump modules will use a certain level of computation. But most of your computation actually ends up getting used for this thing right here. This is the research station. And basically, you sacrifice items to this thing, you put it in this object holder, and then you put in a data stick, and out pops research for like a new item that you craft. And a lot of these crafts, like for instance, the Draconic Evolution Fusion Crafter that Kat was just working on, it's an assembly line process, but it requires you to sacrifice an item to research onto a data stick. And see, it even tells you the computation that's required down here. This one required 16 million. And yeah, I think we were only making like 1,000 computation a second. So this thing took like hours to research. 12 long. Oh, really? Oh gosh. Okay. So the reason that I thought it was 16 long, so if you look up the quantum computer and you look at the tooltip, for the dimensions, it says it can be up to 16 long, which I thought would mean that it could have 14 computer racks, or 14 times 2, which would be 28 racks. It's only mining. Oh, okay. It's not the pump. Okay, that's good. But yeah, the dimensions on this would make one assume that you could have 28 computer racks on there. You've never been able to put more than 12. Interesting. Okay. I have to keep that in mind. I mean, that actually kind of changes, you know, the way I have this building planned as well a little bit. Well, I'm gonna have to change this anyway because these are not these are not 3 wide. They're only 2 wide. I don't know why I did that. But, oh well. So it is 16 with 12 racks. I mean, if it was 16, you know, you can't have any racks in the first slice, but then you can't have any racks in the last slice either. So that leaves 14 slices in between. That's what confuses me. It also makes me think that, like, it just can't be 16 long in the first place, if you can only have 24 racks. You can't have any racks in the first 2 or the last 2. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're totally right. Because there has to be advanced computer casing on these 2 sides. Yep. I totally see what you mean now. Idiot, thank you. Must depart, got early work in the morning. Oh, hey, right on. Get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out, Schmeff. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Yeah, so that totally makes sense now. I've got to kind of rethink some things. So it still would be 16 long then. So these lengths are just fine that I have over here. All I need to do is just adjust the widths of these and kind of rethink this room a little bit. I actually might be able to make it even shorter. So I could actually take this back wall forward a bit and give the compact fusion a little bit more room to breathe even then. So that'll actually work great. But yeah, our research station will go in the middle right here. All of our quantum computing, and I can just devote like the first 2 quantum computers to the mining modules on the space elevators, because we'll have more space elevators kind of going this direction. But yeah. And that should work out great. Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Cat will be back in a second. I think we were still waiting on these tier 2 casing. So we made the tier 1 Draconic Evolution Fusion Crafter. And this can only do one recipe though. It's a Draconic core. And you need those cores in order to make the Draconium Fusion Casing tier 2. So I think Cat was working on that. The craft time on this is kind of crazy. Even when giving this 256 amps of UHV, these are still taking 37 seconds of casing. Super crazy. I think we need 32 of them. Let's see. Okay, we have 26. Okay, so these should be done in like another 3 minutes or so. We can actually go ahead and take some of these out. It's like Cat already has the middle casings upgraded. But yeah, this is going to open up several more recipes, I think. Wyvern Energy Core. I think this is pretty important to several of the crafts for the Sword of the Cosmos. Yeah, we need to be able to make this to do the higher tier Energy Core. What else? And Wyvern Cores as well. That's pretty important. Now here's a bit of a sticking point though. We have the Draconic Core schematic, which I got from Pluto. Yeah, this right here. However, I don't have a Wyvern Core schematic. Yeah, Wyvern Core schematic. How do we get this? Research station. Aha. Oh no, 10 million computation. Oh, Cat will not be pleased. Okay, so you all should understand, based on what I was saying about the quantum computer earlier, this amount of computation, I think we're only doing 1,000 per second. So that would be 1,000 seconds. Yeah, that's going to take a bit. In fact, should probably put a Draconic Core in there as soon as we can. Let's see. Yeah, we just need like a couple more of these. And go ahead and start building this thing. Why you gotta do quantum computer upgrades now? Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Idiot, because I was trying to wait till 2.7 because I know we'll need different processors in them, but yeah, I might as well just go ahead and do that. One of the things that was holding me back from wanting to do that was these processors were kind of a pain to make. It's only because I didn't have them on Autocraft yet. So yeah, these accelerated processing units, like a creative APU basically. But yeah, they're a dire crafting table recipe. And yeah, I should just go ahead and automate this. 10 million is like the minimum of researchers going forward. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to hear you say that. I only expected it to get worse, and yeah, that fits right in with my expectation. Let's see. By the way, I need to play with this a little bit. This is the only way I've been able to get either the neutronium compressor or the dire autocrafting table to work, is to use these chest buffers. And I mean, it works fine with them. Anybody else who's used the dire autocrafting table, I don't know if you've had to do this or not. It feels like it should be unnecessary, but it's the way I've been doing it. Like I said, works, but it just feels odd to do it. Mine works regularly. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to play with it more. Like off stream or something, but until then, I'm just kind of doing it the way I know how to do it. Oh, you're about to make one? Well, let me know. Or you're about to make the normal one, probably. Not the auto crafting one. I remember you mentioning this the other day, Crypto. Yeah, it could be a bit of a pain to make. Actually, maybe you could make the auto one. You'd need quantum. Oh, no, you wouldn't. You could just make a mainframe. The first one. Okay, yeah. Let's see.
I got it built.
Oh, nice. Good. So, Kat, we need to make a... I noticed that there was a bunch of other stuff in the input bus. Did you put that there?
So remember when you told me to take out the Draconic cores so I get that quest?
Oh, and then you...
I forgot to put it back in the system.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it tried making it, but the coils and stuff aren't on there.
Okay. Well, this is fine anyway, because we actually need to make a Draconic core for the research station.
Okay.
Your favorite multi-block.
Yay.
I'm actually working on a way to make that faster. Now,
yes.
But
please.
yeah, let's go ahead and turn this on. And I would go ahead and take a Draconic core over to the research station as soon as you can.
Me?
Yeah, you. This is your baby.
I was just trying to work on getting recipes encoded and put in here.
Well, this is part of it. So take a look at the Wyvern Energy Core, for example. The next recipe that requires tier 2 casing. And look at the schematic that it requires. Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah, I wondered.
So to make that, well, if you left click the schematic,
Research station, Draconic core for 10 million.
mm-hmm.
Jesus.
The Fusion Crafter controller block required 16 million for reference.
Yeah, no, I remember, and that took forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, hey, we should,
Wrong direction. Oh, it's cooking.
Actually, I think it's only going to take like 1,000 seconds or something. It's not too crazy. Lyra asks, when did you guys start to play Minecraft mod packs? So, do you remember what our first mod pack was that we played together, Kat?
Isn't it the John Cena one?
So, there was Project Ozone 2. But even before that, do you remember FTB Infinity Evolved?
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember much about it.
It's when you made the big box house.
Well, I think that's how everyone who first starts playing Minecraft.
No, I totally agree. No. I was just like, oh, look at that.
How cute.
Because I had already been playing Minecraft for several years and Kat had not. And I don't think you played much vanilla Minecraft before you just jumped straight into modded, I think.
Yeah, no, and I think that was the best way to go. Like,
Adidia still makes those houses. Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. Adidia.
But it had
awesome people building for you.
Yeah. It had when you made that house, you made a bunch of bibliocrat furniture for it too. You were playing around with that. I don't know if you remember that.
I didn't think that was in our first world.
I'm pretty sure Infinity Evolved was. I mean, they were both 1.7 mod packs, so it was one or the other. But yeah, that was good times. Project Ozone 2 was when Kat was introduced to Pneumatic Craft and then proceeded to hate all Minecraft machines going forward.
Yeah,
Seeds were planted.
that was a very trauma-inducing. I was
Yes.
very angry about that stupid pressurized thing. You'd put stuff in there, and then the whole thing would blow.
Yeah, I mean, look, you were definitely not alone in your hatred for that.
Ugh.
But I think we were talking about this earlier. I think I installed the Industrial Craft 2 mod, or no, maybe it was Industrial Craft 1 by itself. That was like my very first modded experience. And then first mod pack, I believe, was FTB Ultimate. Actually, it might have been a Tekkit mod pack. I don't really remember much about that.
I had never used mod packs with any games before. Like, I was really a console game player besides The Sims. But even with Sims, I didn't use any mod packs. And you completely, like, wrecked my world.
Yeah.
You gave me an upgrade.
There's a whole other world out there.
Now it's like I don't really enjoy console games, and pretty much every game I play I have mods installed.
Well, when I met you, I was like, okay, she needs to join the PC Master Race one day.
She needs to leave the Stone Age behind.
Exactly. Yeah, right now I'm trying to get these APUs on Autocraft. These are kind of the backbone of the quantum computers. So these go inside the computer racks. And while I won't be able to really help you with this particular research, and when we do future researches, it should be significantly faster.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah, that's the hope. Wait, how did you
we
guys
did not meet on MySpace.
Thank you, Tom. Tom's my wingman.
We actually met when we were working at Starbucks.
Yep.
We actually had like a coffee theme at our wedding, like in honor of that.
Mm-hmm. God, you know, of all the work I've done in the course of my life, I feel like Starbucks was some of the hardest work, actually. Or at least the particular store that we worked at, which was just like constantly slammed.
It's a very fast-paced kind of place to work.
I don't miss it.
That was like really not that bad of a job for me.
You've had a lot of crazy jobs before.
Yeah. I mean, like at that point, I was working 2 jobs and going to school full time when I was at Starbucks. And that wasn't that bad. But before that, I was working I had just moved to the area and got those 2 jobs while I was going to college there. Before that, I was working 4 jobs and going to college full time.
See, you've had a crazy history. No wonder your body was just eventually like, no more. Shut down.
What have you done to me? Claire de Lune.
Claire de Lune. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've ever played Claire de Lune before.
Really?
It's Debussy, right? All right. Hold on.
Crypto. That sounds really, uh, really hazardous.
Yeah. Let's see. By the way, if I can even play this, it's not going to be note for note. It's not going to be as Debussy intended it. Let's just say.
Are you playing it now?
No.
Wrong thing. I really feel like I'm ready to go back to the other parts of the quest book.
You're doing great. You should be proud.
Well, I mean, I'm just like stuck waiting on this research now, right? So I can technically run off and do my own shenanigans, right?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Infinity block. Ooh.
Nope, I can't do it. I can't remember it.
Are you listening to it?
I tried to listen to it, and my brain is like fried right now. So hold on just a second.
So I have a question. There is a quest here in UHV that wants 64 blocks of infinity block.
Yes.
Could I go ahead and just start cooking this?
I'm not sure. 1 second. So sorry, Lyra. I had to refund your channel points. I don't do that often, but Claire de Lune is actually a challenging, like, romantic piece of music that.
Yeah, I always like that one.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Like, I should have that in my repertoire, really, but I gotta learn it for real. It's not one of those songs that you can play by ear. Like, I mostly play by ear, and it's not an easy song to play by ear at all. It's actually got a lot of complex chords in it. So you were wondering if you could make the infinity blocks, correct?
Yes, I know that you were just kind of iffy on how much infinity stuff we used
So
last week.
yeah, okay. So tell me what percentage of diamonds and what percentage of infinity catalyst dust it's going to use.
Let's see, 24% of the diamonds
Oof.
and 52% of the infinity.
Yikes. Do you need this right now?
No, I just saw it was
Okay.
a quest of something that we could make.
Okay. Yeah, let's hold off on that for a bit.
Okay.
So one thing that's going to fix diamonds a lot, Infinity Catalyst, basically just I need to add more bees to the Mega Apiary. For the diamond, I just need to kind of bump up our production from void miners. But I can't do that at the moment until we fix ore processing. And fixing ore processing is going to require making those ore factories, the integrated ore factories I've been talking about.
Well, I mean, can we not do more diamond bees?
So the part of the ore processing that is clogged up the most right now is actually the sifters. And that's
Oh.
directly where the diamond ore would go. So, yeah, this is what our sifter situation looks like right now. There's 3 million purified tin stuck in there.
Well, the
407. Go ahead.
the diamond bees don't make the ore; they make the diamonds.
Diamond comb gives diamond fragment. Or there's two different types of diamond bees. So there's two different types of diamond comb as well. And the diamond comb that you really want, like the much more productive diamond bee, is the one that makes the diamond comb that when you put it with hydrochloric acid, produces the purified diamond ore. And that's what goes into a sifter. And the other diamond bee, I assume we have both of these? Like, I don't really know.
I don't think we have this first one, but we've got the one that makes the purified diamond ore.
Yeah, so that would be what would go in the sifter.
Oh, okay.
This other diamond bee gives you a diamond comb, which you centrifuge it, and it gives you a diamond fragment. And then 9 of those fragments gives 1 diamond, but that's like a really bad return.
Yeah.
So the solution really is just fix our ore processing. Which,
Okay.
for anybody who doesn't know, in the UHV tier, so what you're able to get access to is this really cool multi-block. The integrated ore factory. This thing right here. And this will basically do multiple processes within the same multi-block. So it'll, let's say that you want something to, in our case, purify an ore and then sift it. It can do both of those processes at the same time. Now, the most common one is probably the macerate centrifuge process, MMC, as they call it. So this multi-block, if we choose to have it do that process, it'll do all 3 of those in a row, all by itself. And you can add multiple energy hatches to this. You can really like soup up the power on this thing. And yeah. Might sound crazy. I honestly might make another 2 mega apiaries. I'm not surprised by that at all. That's the least surprising thing I've heard all day, actually. So have fun with that.
Warned that you were making that like a week ago.
The integrated ore factory.
Yeah.
So the problem,
You were looking at it.
I was looking at it. Yeah, I was definitely planning for the future. The problem with this thing was, you know, look at all the UHV components that this needs. If I want to make like 5 of these, it would kind of be better to have the component assembly line. So I was like, okay, great. Yeah, I'll make the component assembly line. Unfortunately, that needs 43 of the assembly line casing for UHV. And to make that required a ton of neutronium. So then I was like, well, we have a neutronium problem. That's when the idea of making the compact fusion came into play, which I knew we wanted to do eventually. But I was like, how do I make neutronium faster? So that's why we were all going for this, going all in for this pink donut. 256 slots is too little. Yeah, I knew you wouldn't be satisfied with 256. Yeah. It's
And
too bad
1 boost for salt. That's insane.
that's a pretty crazy chlorine requirement. Like, I don't know what y'all have going on over there. Our chlorine has never been a problem so far. I'm sure it will be, but
Oh no. Dave says, I've been trying to get through EV, but there's literally an emperor problem every 2 seconds that I have fix, and I've been stuck in
Like an
HV for so long
Oh
now.
no. Well, here's what I will say is that when it comes to infrastructure, EV and IV are really when you like focus a lot on infrastructure. Like you will spend a lot of time in those voltage tiers just working on being able to autocraft everything, being able to do passive lines for everything. So it's kind of one of those things that it's not a situation that's really going to go away. I know you kind of get tunnel visioned on like, I want to get to this next tier, and I could definitely understand that perspective, but at the same time, don't get too bogged down by like, oh man, I'm stuck in this tier, because you know, you really just have to build out the infrastructure every single tier, especially EV and IV. So
You'll thank yourself for taking the time to build out that infrastructure before you start pushing ahead.
yeah, so,
I feel like that is something that shot us in the foot our first couple playthroughs, was we would try to like
rush through too much.
Rush through, and we wouldn't have the infrastructure for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess just don't feel bad that you're stuck in a tier, because that's not uncommon. On all this Infinity stuff, we need diamond combs, and that drinks HCl as you... Oh, okay. The HCl, yeah. I could definitely understand that. Yeah, we're really going to have to up our diamond beat game once we get ore processing all worked out. Probably a lot of different bees, honestly. Question, no one uses the garden soil in GTNH and negates requirement for water sources. Is there a reason you don't use it? I actually have seen people use this before. Especially early game. I have seen people use the garden soil.
Don't we use the garden soil for the Thaumcraft mushrooms too?
That's fertilized dirt. That's different.
Okay.
Now, the problem with this stuff is that it actually, in the IC2 crop arena, especially when you're like worrying about stats and stuff, it actually works counterintuitively toward some of the IC2 crop stats compared to just having normal farmland. So I think that's why people opt for the farmland in a lot of cases, ultimately. Now, the fertilized dirt Cat was talking about, I don't think you can put IC2 crop sticks on this. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, we use the fertilized dirt for the V shrooms, or the primal mushrooms in Thaumcraft. Yeah, these right here. And these grow much quicker on that, which is nice. Some stuff like salty root doesn't want the water. Yeah. Yeah, that's also a factor. So I don't know if some people have done the math and figured out like that farmland is, which is just normal tilt soil, that farmland is superior to the garden soil, but the garden soil will deprive you of certain bonuses that you will get from farmland normally with IC2 crops. Is it worth the, you know, is the convenience of it worth the loss? I don't know. So I've just never looked at the math, but I just know what people usually do, and that would be the main reason why. Okay, I think, fingers crossed, I believe we should be able to have these APUs on autocraft now, which means that we can expand the quantum computer. Trying to think, how much more would I want to expand this for the time being? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess we could go 7 more slices, which would mean 14 more computer racks, which would mean 28 more APUs. Can I order 28 APUs? Looks like we can. Okay. So that would be, I believe that's going to increase our computation cat times 8. So pretty
That's
decent. Right now, your research is at 3 million computation out of 10 million. So,
Still way to go.
so it should be done right around the time we end stream. You know.
Oh, hey, Adidia is dropping some good info. I'm
Whatever you
not sure
do-
you know this, but whatever you do, do not, and I mean do not break the controller when the QC still has heat in it. You must wait till it says 0.
Oh God, I did not know that actually. I assume explosions occur.
Thank you very much
Dude.
for letting us know about that.
Dude, that's gonna take forever though. I've seen.
That's even worse.
Oh my God, dude, I've seen that heat number like take an absolute eternity to go down to 0.
Yeah, that would really suck if you did that without, knowing that.
Yeah.
You either back up.
Okay,
You
now
know?
here's the question though. You said the controller specifically. Does that mean I can break every other part of this multi-block and it'll be okay? Turn it off, see you in the morning. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so according to what you're saying, I should be able to like, break this and like add more computer racks and, put it back just as long as I don't touch the controller block. Add a heat vent cover? I don't know. There's already like these computer heat vent blocks that are part of the multi-block, but I don't know. You mean like the Industrial Craft 2 thing? It doesn't work on quantum computers, yeah. Funny though, because you actually put them in the computer racks themselves. Rapid unscheduled disassembly. Yes, exactly, system. Tech is indeed special. This is very true. But yeah, I think the plan is going to be upgrade our quantum computer here. As far back as this wall will go. And that'll be our, new setup for just very temporarily. But yeah, ultimately we're going to want to expand here. So I'm definitely ready for something more permanent that's going to lead us all the way to endgame.
Are you sure this room's gonna be big enough to take us all the way in game?
Yeah, so I was asking on Adidia's channel earlier. And I think I'd inquired another time before that too, but I was just wondering like, hey, how many quantum computers do I really need? And I think the number was like around 16. And then you want like 2 for your 16 max size, by the way. And then you want 2 for your space elevators, it seems.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I was using them to cool IC2 coolant before I had... Oh, vacuum freezer. Yeah. That works really well. Like, yeah, putting one of those heat vents on the side of a... just like a Gregtech tank. Like one of those low voltage fluid tanks. Yeah, just one of these normal IC2 heat vents. That works great.
My says, oh yes, the end game. I plan on getting there by the time I retire.
That is what it feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
Two max size QC should be able to satisfy like 12 or 13 mining modules all running at once, which is about what you'll have. Okay. I guess most of my space elevator stuff is going to be pumping fluids then. Which is not surprising. Space assembler. Well, how many space assembler modules would I really need, do you think? I was guessing like no more than just a couple of those modules.
I'm so
3
sorry.
tiers. You had 15 MK3s. Okay, that is definitely more than I thought I would need. That's good to know. Right now I'm trying to figure out this room again. Definitely having some copy paste issues at the moment. Let's see. They're very expensive. Okay, yeah, I hadn't even looked at the recipe for those yet. Copy this. Paste. Oh God, Kat, I just realized what you were doing. You're back on the farm grind. Oh my God.
Well, I came over here and I had 4 fully grown red wheat, so I tried to take 2 of them. They didn't give it to me. So I'm trying to grow out some more and hopefully I'll have better luck.
Some of you might be asking, why, Kat? Why would you do this? It's for the love of the quests.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It is like I'm playing Farmville.
I think Farmville will be more fun.
Yeah,
Yes.
like you can like plant your stuff and walk away without risk of weeds and other issues.
True. MK3 requires T7 EOH. Dude, it's that late game. That's crazy.
Now, you know, I do have one good question that I don't know a definitive answer on. We have both of these kinds of fertilizer, and I always use this fertilizer, but what do we use this fertilizer for?
I think that fertilizer is used for more like the multi-farm or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Forestry multi-farm.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I haven't really messed with that before.
Yeah, you have. You made the thing for the botany flowers.
I made it. It doesn't work.
Oh, well,
So
yeah, you picked the most obscure way possible to use the
yeah, it's like I
forestry
really need
farm
to
thing.
like sit down and
So-
figure out how that works and make it work properly.
I'm not sure
Um,
anybody really knows.
Yeah, well, I need to stop working so much so I can actually take time to research that.
Yeah, stop working. Play more Greg. Yeah.
Y'all, I seriously worked all weekend long, like from the time I'd wake up, which was like around noon, but until like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, all weekend long.
Yeah, I'd wake up, she was working. I would go to work. I'd come back home, she's still working. Yeah, okay. Sure,
Problem.
sure. Okay.
Did you see what Adidia said about you should probably
Oh.
also factor in space for a network switch?
That's a really good point. Yeah. Yeah. You might want 3 to daisy chain a bunch of them. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I might actually do the network switches underground in the basement here, possibly. How big are those again? QoS. Oh, they're just a 3x3. Yeah, I don't know if I want like Because I know it's going to have a bunch of slave and master hatches on here. I don't know if I want those visible above ground. I think we'll just hide them in the basement. But yeah, that is a really good point. I hadn't thought about those with regard to this particular build. But yeah, let's see what the new count is going to be here. Because this might actually still be too big. Like, we don't need this many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times 2. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I feel like that's too many. Although, on the other hand, I really kind of like the look of this room. Like, I actually feel like this is kind of like just the right size. Like, look really cool. I think we, I don't think often when planning out a build do remember some things. Hey, yeah. Especially when you have done things once before, makes planning a whole lot easier. As Kat and I have discovered. Now, the only reason I'm able to plan anything halfway decently well is the knowledge of the community, really, at this point. So, definitely thankful for everybody who's ever come in here and
Real.
given us knowledge.
And y'all have given us a lot of help with different things, especially like, I know I talk about Tell all the time, but he's helped so much with the magic mods.
Oh, God. Dude, we knew like next to nothing about Thaumcraft and all the other stuff before. Now we know almost next to nothing, but slightly more.
I really do like that we've been learning all the stuff about these, though. Like, that's some really cool stuff that you can do with Thaumcraft.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was on Nine's stream the other day, and he was messing with an over enchanter. Have you ever seen this, Cat?
It sounds familiar.
Having trouble finding it. Let me see.
I was about to say, are you sure I wasn't in there at some point and saw this block?
I don't know.
Was it near his automated setup?
This was like a different thing, though, I think.
Okay.
Maybe it wasn't called over enchanter. It was something else. Like, it lets you get some insane enchantment values on some items. So I think he was trying to make a really good weapon for Gaia Guardian.
Ah.
And fortune bonus enchantments. It wasn't fortune. I think he was like, he had like sharpness 14 on a weapon or something.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't remember how he was doing that. I thought it was called over enchanter, but clearly not.
The wand progression is like really hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
Tell ended up telling us the like optimal way to do it. I don't even remember what it is. Like, he had to write it down several times for us.
I've actually got it where I can just copy paste
You
it.
do?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, hold on. And maybe somebody could be like, well, actually, there is a more optimal path than this one. But this did work for us. It's definitely a lot. Got to figure out where I'm going to put Giga Platline. Dude, how much more room are you going to need for that?
And Tell, I swear, like, we speak his name and he disappears.
You rang. Is the over enchanter that I can't find it in NEI for some reason. You made a couple not on that list. Yeah, if I didn't have that list, I would have like done a ton of redundant stuff. No doubt. Over enchanter. It's not all one word.
It does not want to be found.
It takes some yeah, right? Take some Botania setup. Oh wait. Was it Mana Enchanter? No, that has no recipe.
He said yes. I wonder if there's no recipe, if it's like hiding in.
I found it.
You did? Okay.
There's no E. It's over chanting without the E.
Oh, weird.
You're right.
Well, he said it's the Mana Enchanter.
This was the thing that I saw 9 have. This over chanting table.
Make your screen bigger.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, this right here. This is definitely what I saw on his screen. This is how he was getting like sharpness 14 or whatever on his thing. So Mana Enchanter I don't know about though, because yeah, it has no recipe, so. Oh, I know, system. Aren't they? You get like these really cool runes on the side of them. Yeah, I've got one on me right now. And they look so cool. 256 by... Dude, you need a... I'm sorry, what? You need a 16 by 16 chunk area? That's like... That's like my entire autocraft area times 4.
That is insane.
Gonna augment everyone from now on. Yeah, I don't see the downside to augmenting them, right? Might as well.
Holy mackerel.
Plus 33 damage, Tinker Sword, sharpness. No necessito. Hey. Whatever works, right? I mean, Kat and I are going for the ultimate overkill with Sword of the Cosmos. Oh, you're up to 5.3 million out of 10 million.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah. Literally going to be right when we stop streaming.
Yeah.
Let you put high level enchantments. Okay, okay. Then the Mana Enchanter lets you pick what enchant you want, like later enchanting tables. Okay. I don't even know how you would make that though.
It's in the Lexica Botania. I'm looking at the recipe right now.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
You need 17 obsidian blocks, 10 mystical flowers, 6 mana pylons, and a lapis lazuli block.
Oh, so it's like a multi-block then.
Oh boy.
We should make that. That's cool.
I am feeling like there is not enough room in the area I made. But I could get rid of all that, the wood farm that I have over there.
Yeah, we don't need any of that anymore.
Yeah.
You know. We got creative mana flowers. We good.
But that's cool. I don't think we've ever seen this in any
but I've never really delved that deeply into Botania. I always do just the bare minimum to get through a pack, you know.
Oops. Let's see. Let's save this so I don't forget it.
Oh yeah, I saved it too. Okay, minor problem. These are not crafting.
Uh-oh.
It says they're crafting. Oh. They kind of need a way to get out of the our crafting table and back into the system. Uh-huh. Oops. Okay, we'll set this to blue extract and then blue insert. There we go. Okay, yeah, they were all just sitting there. Nice. Okay. Okay, so to extend this thing, what all are we going to need here? So each of these slices contains a computer heat vent. Let's see now, 2 computer heat vents. Okay. Write this down. 2 computer heat vents, 2 computer racks. Two computer casing. And then 2 of these advanced computer casing? Yeah. Okay. 8 blocks total. Yep. Okay. That makes sense.
Oh.
And we're trying to make 7 more slices, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay. Oh, yo, Blade Master, what's up?
Thank you very much for that follow.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, welcome. I've seen you in Discord recently. Good to have you. Okay, so computer rack. So we would need 14 of each of these then. 14 computer racks. 14 computer heat vent. 14 advanced computer casing, and then 14 normal computer casing. You just woke up, right on. Oh, you're on the other side of the pond then. It's let's see. It's just before midnight over here. Basically, it's like our ticket to getting easy neutronium. And yeah, we're doing really good on neutronium right now. Yeah, 18 million. But we crafted 1 million like in what, 10 minutes maybe? Yeah, we're in much better shape than we were before. I just noticed though that there's a block that's not supposed to be in here that is stuck in here. Wait, what? I put this block here in order to put the controller block down, and it's just kind of still floating in here. That's kind of funny.
Well, everything works all right, right?
Yeah, I'm shocked that the thing worked with that in there. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Just started breeding bees to get the most basic resources, mainly salt to begin with. Oh gosh, yeah, the salty bee is so good. Sorry, what, Cat?
I said that is a really good one.
Yeah, especially since you need a ton of the borax from that salt bee later on. And it's one of the easiest ways to get borax dust as well. So it's a win-win.
One of the first like beginner bees that I like to get is the clay bee.
Why the clay bee?
Because I need clay left and right for all kinds of things in the beginning.
Oh.
Even later on, I need clay. Like I was running out of clay, I think in UV, and I had to go put the clay bee back in an alveary because I took it out because I was like, oh, well, we don't need clay anymore. No, we did.
I think I ended up putting a clay bee in the mega apiary actually. So.
Oh, well, that's good.
Oh, got that too. Nice. Nice. What are some of the really good ones early on as well? Redstone is really good if you need some rare earth dust, which, I mean, you will need it at some point.
I mean, ultimately, you're just going to want all the bees anyway.
Yeah, true.
Don't
Don't forget the tricky bee.
I was just about to say, you should go for the tricky bee while you can.
The Halloween bee. Limited time only. It wasn't me or him, so it was someone else. I blame Exe.
You blame Exe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is he still playing there?
No. Exe quit the hive like 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, I thought I remembered him quitting that.
Yeah, just wanted to focus on his single player world, which is totally understandable.
His world is looking so cool too. I really like his, Asian aesthetic.
Yeah, it's like we're both doing Asian aesthetic, but completely differently.
Very different.
It's awesome. So I got all the quantum computer stuff done. However, here's what I'm curious about. I don't really know if I want to tempt fate with this, but we got this research here that's 6.8 million out of 10 million. It's taken a while. What would happen if I just turned off the quantum computer? Would it just like reset completely? Would the computation in the research station just hit zero? Be like, nope. I feel like it would, because if you look at the NEI bit, let's see, Wyvern. Yeah, this is the thing that's being researched right now. It says minimum computation 1024 per second. So I feel like if the flow of this suddenly stopped, it would just like reset the research entirely. So as much as I would like love to bump up this quantum computer right now, I kind of don't want to interrupt the research at the moment. So let's see. Computer, we got the heat vent, we got the advanced computer casing, we got the computer rack. I believe that's everything that we need. So I'm just going to set that in a chest, and then once this is done, we can upgrade this. Oh, we will need advanced heat vents too. I forgot about these. Did you finally get your red wheat?
I did.
God. Okay.
I finally got it.
Yay. Is there anything else that you have to do?
Yeah, there's a lot of other ones I need.
God, are you going to spend all week inside your little plant box?
Oh. I don't know. This
God.
plant box is only to help with lighting for certain
No,
ones.
I'm aware. Yeah. This is why I was trying to get her to do Gregtech stuff. Get her out of her plant box for a while.
Oh, snap.
Back in she goes. Yeah, so we need 28 advanced heat vents. Yeah, these should be pretty easy to craft. Oh, I don't know if I ever pointed this out, Kat. Do you remember when I got the electric implosion compressor over by NAC Fuel? Yeah, so I did make another one. It's like right next to the fusion crafter.
Okay.
It's right here. Remember the weird multi-block that has the holes inside it, even though that's not how you make it? That was a little confusing.
That is a little weird that they just like disappear.
Yeah. Are you married? Yeah. Kat and I have been married for almost 10 years now.
Mm-hmm. Time flies.
It definitely does. It's crazy. But yeah, I mainly made this because, do you remember the cosmic neutronium that you were trying to get? How you had to turn like the little piles into nuggets and then nuggets into ingots? You were trying to do some kind of quest with it, I think, or there was some recipe that needed it, or
Well, I've already forgotten it.
something weird. Okay, well, anyway, that electric implosion compressor can like compress those things much quicker. And also, I did make this whole array of neutron collectors. Because we can get some cosmic neutronium from the blood magic meteors. But honestly, it's kind of slow. Like, you don't get a ton. You get like maybe 1,200 dust per meteor. And we need thousands upon thousands. So I think you've hit the jackpot, married 10 years, and you play GTNH together. That's not the first time I've heard somebody say that before. I'm very lucky to have Kat. It's true.
I'm very lucky to have you.
Well, thanks. But yeah, we have We've got 1 million of this, which is good. In order to do the component assembly line, so that's kind of what I want to work on tomorrow, by the way. I've never made this before, but I did make the controller block some time ago. The controller block ends up not being the hard part of this thing. It looks like a giant car wash, doesn't it? It's kind of crazy.
That does look like a car wash.
Right? But anyway, we've got the controller block. The hardest part is this line casing that goes on the very top. And there's different voltage tiers depending on which components you want to make. Now, if you look at the recipes here, like you can make like conveyor modules, motors, sensors, robot arms, all this stuff. But let's say I want to make UHV parts. Well, I need UHV line casing. And
now,
huh?
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say this is the difficult part, right? The recipe for this stuff is absolutely insane. I do have it encoded and researched. We need 43 of them. Yeah, neutronium was our problem. Neutronium's not the issue anymore, actually. It is this cosmic neutronium. And so I set up a bunch of those neutron collectors so we could get more of these, because we're missing 1.8 million. And we're getting, I believe, put a sign up. I believe we're getting 23 per second. Yeah, 23 piles per second. So, you know, 1.5 million divided by 23, 65,000 seconds divided by 60, 1,086 minutes divided by 60, that's 18 hours. So in 18 hours, we'll be able to make our line casing. Maybe in time for stream tomorrow. Maybe.
Now, when he makes this, you guys know what y'all need to do, right? Y'all need to like request that
Working at the car wash, yeah.
Yep.
Yes, everybody's favorite song.
It'll be so fitting. It looks just like one.
That's true. You taking notes, Crypto? Those that play together stay together. That's right. That's very true.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you? We're both 37. Getting on up there. I don't feel like I'm 37 though.
Yeah, no.
I feel like a kid.
I think our bodies just age, but our minds just stay the same.
Yeah. Pretty much. You played Jailhouse? No, I did not. It's called the Zenitentiary, okay? It's all because of you, so.
He's gonna give you crap about that forever.
Actually, no, I think several people said it looks like a jail. That caught on real quick. I was like, oh gosh, dang it. Okay, it kind of does. All right, well. Say hello to our inmates once again. Hello, everybody. You have channel points to burn, you can be an inmate as well.
Oops.
Oh yeah, I did want to look at something. I'm still a little worried about our Nequadria situation. So I did have to make... I decommissioned this neutron activator, and I made the... I guess this is max size? I don't know, but I made the max, like... This is basically one ticking the recipe now, which is really good. So this is no longer the bottleneck for a Nequadria. Need to be caught on the VODs. There's a lot of them. But yeah, they're all on YouTube. You could technically change your... Oh yeah, maybe I should change your name tag. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what the bottleneck is now. It might be this LCR. You got Nequadria Rich Solution, and then before that, you've got the centrifuge for low quality Nequadria phosphate dust. This just constantly chugs. I probably need to make a third quad for that. Naquadria, no. Naquadine? Hold on. Low quality Naquadria phosphate dust. Oh yeah, we are backed up a little bit, 1.5 million. Yeah, I should bump this up to like UV. Honestly, I need to bring like a active transformer over here and just rewire the whole thing. Like upgrade all of our lines. How do you plan your basis decoration blocks when building? Do you go with the flow, or in some cases, yeah, go with the flow. Now, when we did first start this world, kind of show where we started real quick. This was like our first main big room. And so before we actually even did our first stream in this world, I had already decided on a particular style with this cherry wood and then this fuse wood. So we already sort of had like the block palette decided, which I think is huge when you're trying to, you know, decide on a particular style for your base. Like, go ahead and decide on a block palette early, and then you can do like little deviations here and there. There weren't too many deviations at this particular juncture, but you know, like, so we had this style with a lot of the cherry wood, you know, a lot of spruce up here, dark oak, very warm colors overall, which kind of was a nice contrast to the white walls. And then when I came in here to the Zenitentiary, I knew that I didn't want to keep exactly the same block palette, so we actually did deviate in the block palette some, but you know, we kept bits of the same stuff here. So a little bit of cherry wood, a little bit of fuse wood here. Went with different, you know, a bit of a colder block palette, I would say. Maybe slightly more industrial looking, especially with like this moon rock here and the basalt. But then, you know, we keep certain elements. You still got a cherry tree here. You know, you've got some green here. I really liked this stuff because this fellstone kind of looked like sand. So we made like a little sand zen garden here. But, you know, like popping in these lanterns and the cherry leaves and stuff kind of helped tie it together. Like this feels different enough, but it doesn't feel like completely estranged from the rest of the base. And so I kind of like that idea of like spreading out and kind of experimenting with your block palette some, but kind of tying in bits like this. This is a really good example right here. Tying in bits of what once was in previous parts of your base. Then you come over here, and this is like our main control area. Like this is part of our pagoda. And this kind of goes back to the old block palette, right? So, you know, kind of ties some things in. And then you look at our pagoda here, and while it's not the same block palette, it's kind of the same colors. You can find some like similar colors, but like different textures. And so you can kind of try these like different techniques for tying things together, but at the same time deviating. So there's definitely some planning involved, but at the same time, it's also, you know, I think you need a bit of planning for a good foundation, but then you can kind of free flow from that foundation some. Pretty sure there's a much quicker way to get neutronium. Is there? Yeah, so right now we're, well, our new way of getting neutronium is with the Compact Fusion Mark III. And this works for the neutronium recipe, it works 64 parallels. So we end up getting, I think, 6 ingots worth of neutronium per second. But yeah, at our particular stage, I don't know of a much quicker way. The Mega Blast Furnace recipe ends up being significantly slower. At least I think it did. Yeah, because it was like maybe an ingot a second. I think it was like 6 times slower. Fusion or mining, yeah, basically. Yeah, mining, and then the blast furnace from that. I mean, the blast furnace is kind of nice in a way because, you know, I mean, look at the crazy amount of neutronium dust we have. We've got 7.2 million. That's crazy for us. It's just the processing of that that's a huge pain. Now, like I was saying before, the compact fusion recipe is really nice. The only drawback to that, though, is, you know, I was checking on Nequadria earlier, and it does use a good bit of Nequadria. So that is something to consider. I think the solution, though, is just to up our Nequadria production. Because, yeah, I end up blowing through like 6 ingots worth of Nequadria per second. And we only have like 500,000 ingots of that to spare. Plus, we also need the Nequadria for our knack fuel Mark III, which is like the backbone of our power at this point. So there's multiple considerations, but I think the path forward is just, you know, well, we just need more Nequadria then, basically. Now, I actually could go ahead and put some double ZPM energy hatches on this. I'm going to multiply this times 4. It's like a kind of a small measure, half measure to do, but... Ooh, actually, I've only got room for 1 energy hatch. That's actually really annoying. Okay. What we'll do is we'll do ZPM to LUV, high amp, and then UV to ZPM, normal, yeah. And we'll up transform. Probably the easiest, quickest fix to this at the moment. Again, temporary. We really need to redo power over here. Pretty drastically. We'll get there. Priorities.
Hey, thank you so much, Blade Master.
Hey, Blade Master, thank you. Thank you very much. And like Adidia was saying, that the bees really are not worth it. Now, I think over on the Hive server, they are using the neutronium comb recipe, just because they have so much power to spare. But yeah, look at the requirements on this. It's kind of insane. Plus the processing time is insane too. 300 seconds at UHV. The best that we could do is overclock this, and it'd be 150 seconds per 4 ingots of neutronium, which is not ideal. Maybe that would turn out to be slightly better in the mega chemical reactor. Like if I put a laser hatch on it. Actually, can you put laser hatches on mega chemical reactor? I actually don't even know. It's very difficult to figure out in this game what takes laser hatches or what takes tech hatches and what doesn't. It's a bit annoying. You can. Okay, that's really good news. Yeah. Yeah, one other thing I really want to do is get laser power over to our chemical area so we can start powering the MCRs over there with lasers. And then also, I still have not put an MCR in our main auto-crafting area. Or just like generic LCR recipes. I really need to do that. Okay, let's put UV energy hatch. And we're gonna go.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Adidia.
UV to ZPM. Oh yeah, thank you. And then that, yeah, I think we should be good with that. Oh, we do need a larger LUV cable though. There we go. And I fear that 28 seaweed beads is not enough. Dude, how are you even able to process? Well, okay, that's a dumb question. I know exactly how you're able to process all that. The power requirements on the seaweed comb processing are insane, though. I mean, it's so... the fact that you need 64 of these just for one dust isn't, you know... I think the twist centrifuge is what's really going to help you, too. But yeah, you'll inevitably need more bees as well. Oh, you got plenty of combs then. Okay, yeah. The dust is a lot faster. Wait, what dust? You're not talking about the seaweed extract, are you? He said he's stoned. Oh. Oh. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. What'd you want? Like the bedrockium, probably, right? Did I miss something here? No, okay. Can you not already get Infinity Catalyst dust from the bee? The Infinity Catalyst bee? Don't you already have this? Yeah, what's stopping you from getting Infinity Catalyst bee? You need Infinity Block. I feel like y'all could get Infinity Block pretty easily at this point. Okay. There we go. Running significantly quicker now. You've got bad bullshit. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's just too many things to do. Although, probably getting into the Infinity stuff sooner than later would be a good idea. Then you could set up a bunch of neutron collectors as well. Go ahead and get on that early. But, you know, priorities. I don't know what should be prioritized there. Because again, getting that centrifuge is really going to be important. So, what do you do first? Yeah. That is the question. As always, the question. Blade Master says, question, can I mix SMD and non-SMD components in the same recipe? I think so. That's like some of the earlier circuits, right? Like HV... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe not. Yeah, like, look at this recipe here. It cycles back and forth between the normal capacitor and small coil to the SMD stuff. Gosh, yeah, memory doesn't serve me well, but uncountably says you can mix them. So, trying to craft just a stack of integrated, yeah. I mean, it's definitely worth a try if you got the stuff, right? Might as well, but yeah, uncountably says you can, so. Yeah, maybe I have done that before. So you got red wheat, Cat.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan now? What's the goal?
Bees.
Oh, God. Nobody wants Nickelback Leaf. Throw that away.
Hey, it's a quest. It's happening.
Oh my God.
Embrace it.
You have to mix them to use SMDs for HV circuits before going to the moon for neodymium.
System, I love that you just did that.
Let's go check Kat's research real quick. Oh, it's done, Kat.
Yeah, we're just about to be over.
Oh, dang it. Okay, yeah, it did line up pretty perfectly with that, didn't it?
Mhm.
Okay, well, we'll get into the rest of that tomorrow, I guess. Oh well. Oh, but in the last little bit of time we have here, I can go ahead and upgrade. Oh wait, no one ever answered my question. I'm not supposed to break the controller, but can I break the other blocks on the quantum computer before the heat dissipates? Or am I about to have like a really bad time if I break one of these blocks? You've never tried it. Okay, well.
Why don't you get my research out before you start doing that?
No. It's fine.
Famous last words. I will be very upset. if you
We're
destroy the
launching a backup and we're going to go out with a bang or a great success on the stream. One or the other. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. Does anybody else, whenever you do a manual backup, I never get a notification that it, like, did the backup. That's always slightly concerning. Hold on, does my console say the backup happened? Oh no, it's still going. Okay. Hold. By the way, I don't need any more sugar beets in case you ever need to like take those out.
I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You can just put them in my chest over there.
Seeds right there.
Except the sugar beet seeds that are in the actual like work field, like that right there.
This?
No, those.
This?
Yeah, those go in the filing cabinet with the sign on it.
Batted seeds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Backup is complete. Here we go. Everything seems fine. Oh, we're good. Easy game for us.
Did you just say Greg was easy?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. Let's see. So I just need to copy this setup. So computer heat vent and computer rack.
Uncountably. GTNH
Oh, yeah.
is literally the easiest game in existence.
Dude, if you think this game is hard, then like you just suck at life. Clearly.
Why do you even game?
Hopefully nobody is taking us seriously right now.
Yeah, for real. Oh no.
What?
Ah,
Oh,
mess that up. It's okay. Easy fix.
fixed. Saved. Okay, and then we can put our... Oh, these apparently have a certain orientation. Okay. Computer racks right here. The advanced computer casing goes directly behind them, like that. Normal casing right here. Advanced right there. Okay, and then optical master connector will go here. And then UV hatch. A little more draconium cable. Yeah, UHV. Like so. Oh yeah, we do need a little bit more optical cable. Let's go ahead and do that. We need to bring this all the way over here. Get our blue spray paint can. Just need 2 more. There we go. Put that block back there. Has problems. Oh, the uncertainty resolver doing its thing again. Okay, that's fine for now. And then we need some advanced heat vents. Of course, they do not stack, so log up our inventory. Okay. There's all of our APUs, and then advanced heat vents all go in the bottom like so. And by the way, for anybody who does not know, this is all changing in the next patch. So my understanding is that these CPUs will no longer be, or these APUs right here will no longer be the optimal thing to put in here. I actually don't even know if it will work the exact same way with like these overclock settings that we have. We've got an overclock. I don't even remember what this stuff means, but one thing that will have to come in and change immediately is we update one of several things. Update is definitely going to upend a lot of things, but in a good way mostly. Okay, so each one of these has weird that these don't show up on the hollow glasses, but the rest of these do.
That's a little weird.
Yeah. Okay. We turn this on. I actually don't even know if the 4 amp UV energy hatch will be enough anymore, since we have more computational power coming out of here now. But I guess we'll find out. Too uncertain. Can compute. Okay. Let's turn that off. And then the best way to solve this is just to click around on the uncertainty resolver until it says okay. This is supposed to be some kind of mini game where you like balance the flashing out, but at the end of the day, you just click random buttons until it works. Oh. Yep, I think it does not have enough power. Yep. We need a UV, probably 16 amp energy hatch. Grab that real quick, and then we'll head out in just a minute. Oh, Adidia, thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a good night.
Adidia.
What are you doing? Copper.
Yeah, because I'm working on that copper plant.
Oh. So I don't think the copper block is required for something to mutate into copper, but is required for it to fully grow.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
But I just also realized this is the wrong copper.
Oh,
anyway.
God.
I've got to chisel it first.
Dude, that's so annoying.
It's that time of night where my brain is like not
Oh.
100% on.
Same. Okay, UV 16 amp energy hatch instead. Oh. Okay, yep, it is working now. So how much does this use? 150,000 at 17 amps. Yeah, so it was using slightly more than 4 amps of UV. So that's why it shut off earlier. That makes sense. But now, we should be making way more computation power. Let's see if this will... Does this actually tell us anything? Power pass, false.
Uh-oh. Not
No.
enough energy.
Unrecoverable error. Okay. Oh. Wait. Can you go look at the tank that's in the floor in the middle of the pathway? It's like where the crossroads are. Yeah.
This thing?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Wow.
Can you put some benzene in there? Whoops. Our old antiquated system is failing us. Whoops.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, maybe we should like change the way power works over there at some point.
That
I don't
might be
know.
a good idea.
Yeah, you know, we'll get to it.
One day.
Yeah. That's crazy. I feel like it just said over 1 million benzene over there recently. Yo, what's up, Nova?
Hey, Nova.
Yeah, or we could just keep it the same, you know. That's always a possibility. Yeah, I guess there's really no way for us to... By the way, you can access it directly from your terminal, the benzene. Your wireless terminal.
Oh, really?
Fluid. Water bucket.
Well, looky there.
And you can fill the cells directly from...
I'll be. All right. Well,
Well,
let's
I'll
see how long
be.
I can retain that.
Internet was too flaky for streaming. Oh gosh, we've definitely been there.
Oh, yeah. That happened like a couple weeks ago, didn't it?
What, our internet not working all week long? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Working on scaling up NAFTA production. Nice. Steam cracking isn't working out. Hmm. Trying to think why Steam cracking wouldn't be working out. Interesting. Anyway, I hope your internet gets better. The only reason ours got better is apparently, like, yes, we are one of those chumps that use the modem that is rented out to us by our ISP. Yes, I know I should go buy one, but never do. But anyway, apparently that piece of garbage was like 10 or 12 years old and was apparently the thing that was messing up our internet, because we've been streaming for like what, a week and a half now on the new box, and we've had 0 drop frames, like literally 0, which is crazy. Now I'm still not getting the speeds that were advertised to me, but you know, I'll take a stable connection any day. Use the Comcast Business Router Gateway. It's fine, but I'm ditching it in February. 300 to 2,000. Oh, that sounds much better. Yeah. Is it 2,000 both ways? Because that'd be insane. $200, $300. Hey, 300 up is still really good. We were advertised 40 up, and we're only getting like 9 up. But it is a stable 9 up, so I will take it. Call me simple, but I'm happy at the moment. Doesn't mean I'm not still gonna call and complain later. Upgrade the switches to 2.5 gig, yeah. God, I wish we had ports throughout the house. This is an old house, so none of that, unfortunately. Well, it's past that time for us to log off, Kat. Is there anything else you wanted to say or do, or?
No, I'm just working on trying to get this set up for tonight so I can leave it to run later.
Okay. You have Cat 5e in some rooms.
What?
Mocha. Ethernet over coax. Dude, I've never heard of the term mocha before. Interesting.
When I hear mocha, it just makes me think of delicious coffee.
Right, yeah. Yeah, interesting. I didn't even know this was a thing. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, because I mean, we have coax run throughout the entire house, so I guess we could use like our internal coax network to move Ethernet around the house, technically, this way. I mean, it's just copper at the end of the day. Huh. Hey, good night, Tel. Thanks for hanging out. Mocha can be good, yeah. I could definitely see a use case for us with this. Thank you for mentioning that. Interesting. I would even take a partial gig. Oh, there we go. 9 is streaming GTNH. I knew we could count on 9. Yes, all right. Y'all go say hey. Hope you all have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the subs.
Real?
Yeah, thank you, Blade Master. Appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow, same time as usual, 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh God, the seeds. Yeah,
He's looking at the filing cabinet, all the seeds.
Yeah, we probably could get rid of some of that, but we don't have to worry about chunk errors and stuff anymore in general, right?
Mhm.
That would have been an issue before. But yeah. Y'all have a good
See y'all
night. Take it
tomorrow.
easy. See you tomorrow.